round proudly. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Your face should be your gun. You can't leave home without it. The children being grown, cause all the parents acting childish. You show them your reality, I bet they doubt it. You tell them all about your dreams, that's when they out it. Your own blood, ain't no family no more. You do you barely for show. You try to patch up your soul, Lord knows you on a mission to show him you so submissive. The prayer said it's silence, you know the devil can hear him, pay attention. Know the war's within, how much time do you spend? Try to balance your sin, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win, we know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat tears, you put that love on it. Your best years was just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry, can't deal with fake making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul boning. But you gon' work and you gon' strive. What it takes to survive. What is truth, what is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get draped into the fake, they don't know what to decide. Wrong choice, meet your demise. Keep that between you and I. You realize some people you gon' let go. You visualize the things you need to feed your soul is on the rise. They not gon' wanna let you go, but it's alright. It's cool to bury what's gon' grow. Went from wrong to the right and to the dark to the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. Gotta hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. Wrong to the right and to the dark from the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. You just hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah, I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah.
Yeah, don't be stressing on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. Just keep going and keep your faith, so you can win this race. This race called life, yeah, yeah. This race called life. This race called life, yeah, yeah. Race called life. Yeah, 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 yeah. Grinding, girl, I know that I'm gon' get it. I just gotta have vision. Keep faith and be humble. Have some patience with it. I've been A1 since day one. Always on my job. I never been a fight. Never had to steal and rob, cause I do good business. I'm too good with it. And even though I'm on this road, I'm still daddy to my children. You know I do good with them and don't like being missing. But I hate when my bills are thicker and my pockets get thinner. But I can't stress up on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. I keep going and keep my faith in my face, so I can win this race called life. This race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life. This race called life.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message titansdebateleague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here.
No stage. What up, family? Y'all know what it is. It's your brother Humble Mystik in the building. Today we running an open panel. Hit that link. Come on up. Let's have some topics to discuss. We want to talk about what you want to talk about, or we continue the conversation with already going. Hey man, I just popped open the open panel just so we can all have some conversation. You know what I'm saying? I know some of y'all been out there missing a big stage. You feel me? Hey, today is your day. It's all open for you. Pretty much what I'm going to do until people come up here hitting the panel is I'm going to be going over some things that we've been talking about over the past couple of days. I'm going to share my screen really fast, family. Let me do this. And while I'm doing this, come on through. Hit that like, subscribe, share, send it to a friend. Hit that link, come on up and have a conversation. Come on, man. All right. What up? Elder Herc, I see you down there, brother. Hit that link and come on up. So what I'm going to do is, so the other day, we was talking about the double slit experiment. I had a brother come up here, to talk to me about the double slit experiment. He was explaining to me that, the double slit experiment was caused by consciousness. The reason why the scientists can't comprehend the double slit experiment is because they don't understand how consciousness work, and how consciousness manipulate the particles and the beams and the energy and things of that nature. So what we're going to do is we're going to touch on a little bit of this, and then we're going to touch on to some other things. You know what I'm saying? Come on in, y'all. Feel free to come on in. I appreciate y'all for coming in. Hit that like button, thumbs up the video. Make sure you subscribe and share it live, y'all. Share it live. Hit that link as well. If you want to come on up here, hit that link. So what is the double slit experiment? The double slit experiment is a famous and foundational demonstration in physics that shows how light and matter can exhibit the characteristics of both waves and particles. It is best known for illustrating the bizarre nature of quantum mechanics, particularly the wave-particle duality. Is a reason they call it a wave-particle duality, family. right? The classic setup. Imagine firing a stream of particles like tiny bullets or grains of sand through a barrier containing two parallel slits towards the back wall. Particle behavior. If you block one slit, what's up? What's up, Elder Hurt? Let me put.
Hey, can you hear me?
What's up? What's up, Elder Hurt? How you doing today? How you doing today, brother?
I'm good, man. We'll see about your just tapping in. We'll see what you're getting into, yo. I know you've been on the Mawasi heads lately.
Oh yeah. We got some more, we got some more information coming on that later on tonight as well. Not strictly the Owaspi, but just that Victorian age of spirituality in America. We gonna dive deep into that today as well.
Yeah.
But right now, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying I saw you and I say you got into it. You know what I'm saying, going into it that joint the other day. Yeah, that was interesting.
Oh yeah. Because they out here flamming the people, Elder Hurt. They out here talking about they not religion, but then they pushing religious doctrine. That don't make no sense. That's all the way incoherent. And so I just gotta let the people know they being tricked, man. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of times people love to stay asleep. They don't like to wake up. You see what I'm saying? They don't like to go out here and do their own due diligence to see what the truth really is. But that's why they got brothers like myself, elders like yourself. You see what I'm saying? So y'all ain't gotta go out here and do the hard research. We gonna bring the research to y'all. You feel me? But right now, I was just opening up on the double slit experiment, Elder Hurt. What's your take on that?
Well, what are you talking about? What are you getting into? What about it though?
So the last conversation I had about the double slit experiment the other day, the brother came up and he was talking about how it's the conscious mind that change the condition or the state of the experiment. I explained to him that it wasn't the conscious mind, but it was the actual condition of the experiment in which changed the way the particle behave, whether it behave as a wave or whether it behave as a particle. You see what I'm saying? Right. And that's what we going into, because I know I wasn't crazy. See, when I have conversations, Elder Hurt, I do what very few people do. When I have conversations, I go back and then I say, okay, what was I saying in this conversation? And then I go research the topic of the conversation just to see if I be tripping or not. You see what I'm saying? Just to see if I be tripping or not. And then what I love to do is I love to bring the family the research that I found. Just sometimes these are just quick searches. You see what I'm saying? And I love to bring the family quick researches that I found where they can go look and they can go find the stuff for themselves, or they can always have these type of videos to go play back and say, okay, well, this is where this is the information on that. You see what I'm saying? So that's where we was talking about the double slit experiment, whether the conditions of the particle change based off of the conscious mind, or do the structure of the particle change due to the conditions of the experiment. That's what we was talking about, Master Hurt, Elder Hurt.
Nah, you're right. I mean, I think that's not something I touched on in the presentation about science being racist. But the thing is that you definitely dealing with that. What they show, not with the double slit, but what they show with the quantum mechanics is that being objective is not real. It's an illusion of, Western science, Western thought. Because in order for you to observe the particle, you have to hit it with a beam of light. You have to interact with it. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And so you just can't, because this is what people was trying to try to rebuttal me with, try to get back to me with, was that two things can't be once at the same time, but that's not true because a particle is a wave and a particle at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Until it's observed. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so that's why I was saying that the whole idea of objectivity is a Western concept. The fact that you're trying to remove yourself from the experiment, saying that you're separating yourself from it, is an illusion itself. You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing that people then you start that's what people got the idea from, that now reality is not real. You know what I'm saying? Your consciousness is creating a reality.
We gonna get into that too. We gonna get into that too. That's a fact.
Yeah. So it's like they don't. It's like, again, for me, like I said, for me, you know what I'm saying, I'm reading the books, you know what I'm saying, the philosophy books of African people, and I'm looking at it from their perspective and how they're viewing it. You know what I'm saying? So when we talking about reality and consciousness, is not this this imaginary world that these European philosophers been coming up with because of what they saw and from a physical experiment. So it's a different way of looking at stuff. But yeah, go ahead and get into it. Yo, I'm about to get me a drink and I'll be right back.
All right, no problem. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Elder. So let's get into it. I think I left off at wave behavior. If you send water waves through two slits, the water passes through both, spreading out. It crashes into each other where peaks meet peaks. They amplify each other, constructive interference. Where peaks meet through, they cancel each other out, destructive interference. On a back wall, this creates an interference pattern, a series of alternating bright and dark bands. Thomas Young light experiment, 1801, right? In 1801, Thomas Young performed the optical version of this experiment using light shining through two closely spaced slits. Instead of seeing just two lines of light in the back screen, he saw a pattern of many altering bright and dark bands. This proved that light travels as a wave, refuting Sir Isaac Newton's earlier theory that light was made purely of particles. The quantum twist. In the 20th century, physicists performed the experiment using quantum entities such as electrons, atoms, and photons, individual particles of light fired one at a time. The interference pattern, even though the particles were fired individually and sequentially, over time, an interference pattern built up on the back screen. This meant that each individual particle was somehow passing through both slits at the same time and interfering with itself like a wave. It interfered with itself like a wave. This ain't got nothing to do with the mind. This ain't got nothing to do with the spookism. This have everything to do with how the pattern is observed. Let's get into it. The observer effect. Curious about which slit a single particle actually went through, scientists placed detectors next to the slits to watch them. The moment the detector was turned on, the wave behavior vanished. The particles start acting normal. Classical particles creating just two simple bands on the back screen instead of interference patterns. Right? So now I want to talk about this really fast because this is important. Classical physics and quantum physics are two branches of the same reality. The thing is, quantum physics explains how classical physics act. And this is what we're seeing. We're seeing in the 20th century people coming up with these theories about things that make up what we call the physical reality. And then on the other side, you have people studying what we call physical reality, right? And what the people studying, what we call quantum mechanics, string theory, stuff like that, what they were studying was showing something totally different than what we see, on the classical mechanical side of things. Let's get into it. So basically, the reason I was going over that with this is because this effect went against what was commonly known in classical physics. Classical physics say, hey, listen, if you measure a marble, whether you looking at it or measuring it with a camera or, measuring it with whatever you measuring it with, is not going to change the operational effect of the result of the marble. But in quantum mechanics, because of this thing called superpositioning, right? Even if you take away your conscious and you just place a camera there, whatever interaction you have with the condition of the experiment is going to change the outcome. It's going to have some type of effect on the experiment itself. And that's what quantum mechanics was saying, just like Brother Elder Hurt was saying. 4 takeaways, right? Wave particle duality. Quantum objects do not neatly fit into our everyday definitions of particles or wave. They can behave like both depending on how they are measured. I was just explaining that. How they are measured. I was just explaining this to the brother the other day. And that's why I had to bring this up here, just to let the brother know, if he's watching. I listen, I don't know everything about everything. But the conversations I do have, I do at least know a little bit about what I talk about. You feel me? Go ahead, Master Hurt. You back?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah.
The role of go ahead. You want to get it in there? Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Keep going. You on point?
Okay. The role of measurement, the act of observation or entanglement with measuring environment, forces a quantum system to choose definite states, collapsing its probability wave function into a single outcome. So, and we're gonna get into that. I ain't gonna get into that. But here it is right here, right? The true mystery behind the double slit experiment lies at the heart of quantum mechanics. It forces us to confront the reality that the fundamental building blocks of our universe do not behave like ordinary objects until they are observed. Here's the specific mind-bending mysteries that keep physicists fascinated by this experiment. The particle that interferes with itself. I was just talking about that. When you fire individual electrons, protons, or whole atoms through 2 slits at one time, each one leaves a single pinpoint dot on the back detector screen. Logically, a single particle should go through either slit A or slit B. However, as more and more particles accumulate, an interference pattern, strips of light and low probability gradually appear. The mystery: how can a single indivisible particle act like a wave, pass through both slits simultaneously, and interfere with itself? As physicist Paul Dirac famously put it, each photon interferes only with itself. Interference between 2 different photons never occur. So what this physicist literally observed is when they shot a photon at the slits, the photon only ever interacts with itself. Right? Let's get into the observer effect. Reality changes when watched. To solve the mystery of which split the particle actually goes through, scientists place detectors right next to the slits to watch the particles in action. The mystery: the exact moment you turn the detector on to look, the quantum waves function collapse. This particle stop acting like a wave, stop acting like waves. The interference patterns disappear, and you are left with 2 boring bands of standard particle hits. Simply gathering information about quantum systems fundamentally alter its physical behavior. Delayed choice experiment. Time doesn't flow the way we think. Physicists push this mystery even further with delayed choices experiment, first proposed by John Wheeler. They set up the experiment so that the decision to watch which slit the particles went through was made after the particle had already passed through the slit. The mystery. Even when the measurement decision is delayed until the last possible microsecond, the particle still knows whether it's being watched and retroactively behaves either as a wave or a particle. It defies our everyday intuition about cause, effect, and the linear flow of time. What does this all mean? Interpretation. Science does not yet have a single universal accepted explanation for why this happens, right? Instead, physicists use different philosophical interpretations to make sense of the mysteries. It's a Copenhagen interpretation. A quantum system remains a blur of multiple probabilities, a superposition, until a measurement forces it to choose the single reality. I want to go back up here because now mind y'all, I did these searches probably like earlier today, right? Not that long ago, literally. I literally told this brother this the other day. Scientists does not yet have a single universally accepted explanation for why this happens. Right? They don't know why these mysteries happen. It's not the fact that they don't know why the particle collapses into a wave or the wave collapses into a particle. That's not it. They don't know why. I'm gonna go back down here, right? Here it is right here, right? They don't know why the particle, right? Hold on, right here, is able to collapse itself after it has already been photographed or observed. So basically, it's able to make a delayed choice. They don't know why that happens, right? And so people just be saying anything, bro. Let's get into it. All right, here it is, right here. Do this have anything to do with consciousness and the mind? The short answer is no, not in the literal or mystical sense, though it is one of the most common misconceptions in popular science. Hey, I didn't say it, man, to hurt. I didn't say it. I just brought it to the people.
Right.
It is the most common misconception in popular science. While the double slit experiment involves an observer, in quantum physics, an observer does not need to be a conscious human being. I said that the other day. A mind or a living creature. Here's how the confusion started and what physicists actually mean by observer. What observer actually mean in physics? I tell people all the time they don't understand scientific language. They always want to talk science, but they don't understand scientific language. In quantum mechanics, an observer or a measurement, you see how they use them interchangeably? An observer, an observation, or a measurement simply means any physical interaction between a quantum system and the external environment. Any interaction. A detector can be a piece of lab equipment, a photographic plate, a magnetic field, or even just a stray air molecule bumping into the particle. When that interaction happens, information about the particle's path leaks out into the surrounding environment. This process is called decoherence. The environment essentially measures the particle, destroying the dedicated quantum superposition and forcing it to behave like a classical particle. The environment does this all on its own. You don't need a conscious mind to look at the equipment for this to happen. A mindless automatic camera or sensor will collapse the wave functions just as efficiently. See, this is why we gotta stop with this woo-woo stuff, man. This is why we gotta stop with the woo-woo stuff, right? Let's get into it. what modern physicists say today. Today, mainstream physicists overwhelmingly agree that consciousness plays no special role. Once again, fam, this is not Brother Humble Mystic saying this. This is mainstream physicists. People that's been doing this for years. You see what I'm saying? All right. Let's get into it. All right. So this is because I was just going to do a little presentation. And I was like, add the mystery. Hold on. Bang. So this because I was just going to do a little presentation. I was like, yeah, that's a little too much. I ain't going to do all that. I ain't got time to be making all them slides and things of that nature. All right. So now we're going to go to something even more interesting, Elder Hurt, right? What we was talking about a little earlier. If it pop up. I hate my laptop be moving so slow. I need to get my other laptop fixed. It moves way faster. All right. So here we go. What's this? I don't even know what this is. I don't even know why this here. See? All right. Here it is right here. Bang. Come on, pop up. Where you at?
It'd take a minute, especially if you've been having it for a while.
It'd be earthy. And I don't really like. Oh, here it go right. See, look, every time I'm about to do, see, it be knowing what it be doing. All right, come on. All right, so come on, man. All right. Scroll up, scroll up, scroll up. All right. I want to get to the very beginning so we could talk about this Victorian age of spirituality. All right, where my stuff? All right, here you go. Dang. All right, here you go, right here. So let's get into this, y'all. 19th century Victorian spirituality. Victorian spiritualism was a massive cultural, religious, and scientific phenomenon that swept through the United States and Great Britain from the mid-19th century to the early 20th century. At its core, it was the belief that human personality survives physical death. Let me read that again. At its core, it was the belief that human personality survives physical death, and that the spirit world is accessible to the living, typically through individuals known as mediums. Origin, the Fox sisters. While thinkers like Emanuel Swedenborg laid the philosophical groundwork, earlier modern spiritualism was widely accepted to have begun on March 31st, 1848 in Hainesville, New York. Hydesville, New York. The spark, two young sisters, Margaret and Kate Fox, claimed that they were communicating with a murdered peddler spirit through the code of mysterious rapping noises. The spirit rapping became an instant sensation, rapidly spreading across the Atlantic to Great Britain, where it captivated all levels of society, from the working class families to royalty. So it started in America by two young white girls, and then it spread to Britain. This is crazy, right? Why did it explode in popularity? Several distinct cultural and historical pressures drove the Victorian obsession with the afterlife. High mortality rates, disease such as cholera, tuberculosis, and scarlet fever. And high infant mortality meant death was constant. Eminent, eminent presence in Victorian households, spiritualism offered a comforting counter narrative. So high morality rates, right? Hey, they was going to these people to talk to their children. They was talking to their loved ones. They was talking to their aunts and uncles and family members, parents, crazy stuff. The tension between science and religion. The era was defined by rapid industrialization, technological marvels like the telegraph and photography, and evolutionary theories such as Charles Darwin's spiritualism positioned itself as an empirical religion. Spiritualism positions itself as an empirical religion. This is why I call Owaski a religion in the first place. People come up, oh, well, do the book call itself a religion? Neither does the Bible. But we know, because they're dealing with the spiritual realm, they position themselves as empirical religions. Believers argue that communications with spirits, get this down, I don't know why I said that. Communication with spirits could be tested, observed, and proven scientifically. This is what they're saying. This is what these spiritualists are saying. That communications with spirits could be tested, observed, and proven scientifically. This is called insanity. Grief and mourning culture. Queen Victoria herself plunged into deep, lifelong mourning after the death of Prince Albert in 1861, setting a cultural standard for public grief that made private or public attempts to reach deceased socially acceptable. So all of this in Britain kicked off with Queen Victoria herself. Right? When she like, listen, I need to talk to Prince Albert again. I need one of them, these mediums they talking about. Core practices and seance. Spiritualism lacked a rigid central dogma, holy text, or formal church hierarchy. In its early decades, instead, it centered around experiential practices, the seance. Participants gathered in darkened rooms, often lit by dim gaslight, around the table, holding hands to invite spirit manifestations. Like I said the other day, Christians and Muslims, y'all call this witchcraft. And then certain people want to bring you their book that was written by a person who was performing this witchcraft and tell you, oh, it's the one truth out of all the other truths out here. That's religious. It sounds religious to me. I'm just saying. Phenomena. Seances featured theoretical array of occurrences, including table turning, lifting or levitating, automatic writing, Cosmon, automatic writing, where mediums wrote while supposedly possessed by spirits. This is wickedness. I guarantee you take this to a church and say, hey, listen, man, it was a man out here say that he was automatic writing while he was possessed by spirits. They going to try to perform an exorcism on that man. An exorcism.
Hey, who you said the three sisters that started this?
The two sisters, yep.
Who
it
started?
was two white girls. I got you. The Fox sisters.
Fox.
Yep, Margaret Fox and Kate Fox.
And Kate Fox.
Yep. But we gonna get more into them too, because they come out and tell you years after they're grown, they come out and tell you themselves that it was a hoax. But guess what, though, Mansa Herc? Once you put the lie out there and the lie become the truth, it's hard to debunk the truth now, isn't it? So the horse came and told you it was a hoax. But the people told the horse, no, you lying. You just want us to believe you. You lying. It was real. It's crazy. So you telling me I can influence you to believe that something is real, but I can't influence you to believe that same thing was a hoax. Is this how gullible humans really are? I don't know, man. I just be looking at society sometimes like, yo, people need to get their stuff together, right? Also, this was heavily influenced or intermingled with women's rights, right? Because women were supposed to be more naturally intuitive, emotionally, and morally pure. They were considered superior mediums, right? Um, this had me thinking about John Bailey Newborough now. So why you just didn't get a female to write the Book of Owaspy if they was purer mediums than men? Skepticism, fraud, and scientific investigation. Because seances rely heavily on darkness, showmanship, and vulnerable emotional states. Let me say that again. Because seances relied heavily on darkness, showmanship, vulnerable emotional states. Fraud was common. Exposers. Even the movement founder, here we talking about this now, Hurt. Pay attention, watch this. Even the movement's founders, the Fox sisters, eventually confessed in 1888. They came out in 1888 that their early rappings had been physical hoax. Though Margaret later tried to recant her confession, magicians like Harry Houdini, oh man, made it a mission to expose fraudulent mediums. So now you got this thing going on where they started a movement and they like, all right, well now we coming out, we saying it's a fraud. But now you have magicians like Harry Houdini who's capitalizing on this movement. And so now he have to expose the fraud so they now believe him. Y'all see the wicked games that's being played here? It's crazy. Let's get into it. Psychical research. Paradoxically, the movement claims to scientific validity led to founding of organizations like Society for Physical Research, SPR, in London in 1882. Prominent scientists, physicians, and philosophers such as Alfred Russel Wallace and William Crookes investigated mediums rigorously, attempting to separate genuine psychic anomalies from clever stage magic. Hey, there's a research. There's a oh man, I can't even think about it right now. But this is where they was taking people to test on them to see if they was really psychic, to see if anomalies really existed, things of that nature. By early, go ahead, Master Herc. I apologize. Go ahead, brother.
No. I was just saying, yeah. I was agreeing with what you were saying. The research they was doing, trying to figure out what stuff they're doing. It sounded like something they was probably doing in the CIA and stuff like that.
Yeah, they had a CIA. I can't remember the name of the CIA joint that they had, but that's exactly what I was talking about. By the early 20th century, widespread exposure of fraud shifted scientific paradigms. The World War I, which drew a massive, distinct wave of grief that altered mourning practices, gradually transformed Victorian spiritualism into more organized, formal denominations. I don't like the small screen. Formal denominations such as spiritualist churches that still exist today. That right there is why I call Owaspy a religion. Let me read that again. By the early 20th century, widespread exposure of fraud, shifting scientific paradigms, and World War I, which brought a massive distinct wave of grief that altered mourning practices, gradually transformed Victoria's spiritualism into more of an organized formal denomination such as spiritualist churches that still exist today. So you can't come to me and tell me you're spiritual but not religious, because they got spiritual churches now. And so what I realized was the melanated community, right? You know, people like to call us the black community, the conscious community. Our community uses this as a scapegoat to stem away from Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, Jehovah's Witnesses, things of that nature. They uses these spiritual systems so they can stay connected to something that is divine because of their fear of hell, but they don't want to be attached to the wickedness that we can see that go on within a religion. This is how the people in our community play games with this stuff. And because the language is religious people eat it up. They love it. Yeah, he talking about the Most High. Yeah, that's right. You better preach. Whole time they regurgitating some stuff from witches and warlocks. See, they don't want to talk about that, Elder Hurt. See, when we keep it on the God and the heavens and the angels, they want to keep it there all day. But when we talk about the people who brought this stuff to the forefront, well, they don't want to talk about that. That start hurting their feelings. Craziness, man. Let's get into it. So how do Madame Blavatsky fit into this? Right? Helena Pavlina Blavatsky, commonly known as Madame Blavatsky, was a central yet deeply rebellious figure during the height of the 19th century Victoria occultism. Her relationship with mainstream spiritualism was complex. She emerged out of the movement, but quickly became one of its fiercest critics. Now, why did she become one of its fiercest critics? Because she wanted a stake in the game. Out of this spiritualist movement came the Theosophical Foundation. Come on now. Early involvement and disillusionment. By the early 1870s, Blavatsky was deeply immersed in the international spiritualist scene, even working as a journalist writing about the phenomena. However, while she acknowledged that the weird phenomena happenings in seances like rappings and moving objects were real, she completely rejected the core spiritualist explanations. So on one hand, she's saying they real, when on the other hand, she's saying that's just not how it's done. So the rapping and the moving objects, that's a real thing, but these people just put a bad rap on it. That's what she's trying to say. She's trying to do the same thing that Harry Houdini did. Crazy, man. Rejecting spirits of the dead. Mainstream spiritualism claimed that sitters were communicating directly with the souls of their deceased loved ones. Blavatsky argued this was a dangerous illusion. She asserts that mediums were actually tapping into an unconscious residual psychic energy field, the astral plane. I was talking about this the other day. Astral projection, transcendental meditation. Where y'all think they got that from? See, this is why I had to break it down the other day when they was talking about transcendental meditation and transcendental this and astral projection. I had to break it down from the Hindu perspective because people like Madame Blavatsky took the Hindu perspective and she put her own nasty spin on it. Oh, well, this is the astral realms and the residual psychic energy, and they was tapping into unconscious, this, that, and the third. That's not what meditation was about at all. Meditation was about the science of the body, being aware of one's own vessel. It had nothing to do with reaching higher realms of anything. Let's get into it. She claimed that the entities impersonating the dead were often mischievous elemental spirits, empty psychic reanimates that left behind by deceased persons or dark trickster forces, not the actual souls of the grandma or departed Victorian soldiers. That's wild. So she's saying they channeling something else that's dead, not what they think they channel.
Mm-hmm. And to be clear, so we gotta make sure to be clear, like it's a complete difference from what and like traditional African spiritual system. What they were doing was something completely totally different.
Mm-hmm.
Completely totally different. So it's not the same
Exactly.
when you think about it.
Yep. Let's get into it. What else? Founding Theosophy, right? That what did it say? The cinch with the limitations of spiritualism, Blavatsky moved to New York and co-founded the Theosophical Society. It's something about New York and spiritual teachings. I gotta do that. That's something I gotta do some research on. It's something about New York that just brings spiritualism or spiritual teachings to that location. Even today. Now, as and I wanted to say this even yesterday, I forgot. Now, as I go over a lot of this stuff, it's not a coincidence why New York is the place that it is. It's not a coincidence that the people in New York get big off of doing what they're doing. Because we see ever since 1875, ever since 1832, spiritualists has been going to New York to spread their doctrine. What do we see now, Elder Hurt? Spiritualists go to New York to spread their doctrine.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first place they want to go. First place they want to go is to New York. 125th? Hey, I'm just saying, I don't believe in coincidences, family. I'm just saying. The ancient wisdom, instead of focusing on parlor tricks and dead relative, Theosophy claimed to offer an overreaching angelist wisdom tradition that synthesizes science, philosophy, and comprehensive religion. And Cosmon, you bringing us a book that is the product of this. This and y'all know what I like to label it: self-hate. Self-hate. You could bring us any tradition, Cosmon, any melanated tradition, from the lands of the motherland of Africa to the native people of this land here. You could bring us any tradition, but yet you decide to step outside of those traditions to bring us a 19th century Victorian spiritualist book that came out of the Theosophy Foundation. And then you got a nerve to say that's not a religion. Come on, man. I'm just saying. Do it get any wilder than this? Right? Let's get into it, right? So John Bailey Newborough, I already talked about him. That's the Owaspy dude. That's the Owaspy dude. And Cosmon wants you to believe he was just a dentist. You know what I mean? People I had come to me, man, he just a dentist. He was da-da-da-da-da. He was on a typewriter, man. He ain't da-da-da-da. And I'm like,
how did it make sense?
Did y'all check this man's background?
Yeah, you
go ahead, brother Hurt. Go ahead, brother Hurt.
No, I'm just saying you got to go to school to be a dentist, right?
That's a fact.
You know what I'm saying? So he had to learn. He had to learn that stuff from somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And his mom was a teacher, was a school teacher, so he knew about Plato and Aristotle. He knew about that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't dumb. He wasn't a dummy.
Right. Hold on, y'all. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so that's I just wanted to make sure, like, the difference between, you know what I'm saying, the African spiritual system and what they was doing, because if you read it, what he was reading, you see that they were just trying to mainly contact the dead. You know what I'm saying? And that's not the same thing with between African spiritual system and African traditional systems. No matter which one you choose, it's not about, you know, contacting the dead. It's about, you know, it's about rhythm. You know what I'm saying? Being in harmony with the universe, being in harmony with the energy that's around you. So it's a complete difference between what they were trying to do and what traditional African systems was doing.
Yeah, I would agree. I put the link back in the comments, family. Come on up. Feel free to come up. This is an open panel. It's most definitely an open panel. Come on in. Join in on a conversation. Me and Elder Hurt just up here having some great, you know, discourse and conversation. I appreciate y'all. Hey, let me run one of these ads while I'm at it.
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
And we are back, family. I appreciate everybody in the comments. Let me go through these comments real quick before I continue. Shout my people out in the comments. Of course, you know, we got the Elder, Master Herc, up on the panel. You know we appreciate you for your engagement, Master Herc. You know we appreciate you. We got Sirius B in the comments. What's up, brother Sirius B? How you doing? Thank you for coming through. Thank you for joining us today. You know we appreciate you. Of course, we got the OG supporter in the building. My brother Michigan, thank you for coming through. You know we always appreciate your participation in the comments. You know we always appreciate you coming through. Who else we got down here? We got Max. What's up, Max? Come on to the panel, bro. Come on to the panel. How you doing? Feel free to come up here, Brody. Thank you for coming through. We appreciate you. Who else down here?
What's
up, Demios? You know we appreciate you, Demios. Thank you for your participation in the comments. All right. So let's get back to this, family. So yeah, family, it's a lot of spookism going on around here, man. And our people are taking this spookism and they are ingraining it into our community sneakily. And what do I mean by sneakily, right? I gotta give a huge shout out to my brother Ashe. If you ain't catch his Rhetoric Frontier the other day, please go check it out. He was talking about this exact same thing on a more specific scale. right? He was just speaking about the Theosophical Foundation, and Blavatsky, and all of the occultism, what it had to do with music, movies, things of that nature. He did an amazing job with that breakdown. Um, and so let's get on here, right? They was also talking about Manly P. Hall. Now, I personally look at Manly P. Hall as a researcher into spiritualism, right? I'm not saying that he's not a spiritualist. Of course he is. We could see through his contacts and things of that nature, the books he's wrote, things of that nature, that he was um um heavily immersed in this spiritualist and uh theosophical foundation. Um Theosophy. That word's crazy, bro. Um but he was heavily involved, but he approached it from a academic standpoint, so to speak, a researcher standpoint, so to speak. What I mean by that is, for an example, his book he wrote called The Secret Teachings of All Ages, right? He didn't go in and try to push narratives, right? Instead, he went in with the mindset to expose and break down the secret initiations and the secret symbols behind the occultism, right? And the spiritualism. And he took you back in history and showed you where they got this stuff from. You see what I'm saying? He did this with the Masons, he did this with the of course the Christians and the secret societies, the Illuminati, all those type of things. What he did was he dove into those things and said, all right, this is what you're really seeing when you see this stuff. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I would say Manly P. Hall role in spiritualism was. I wouldn't say he was not directly a part of the Theosophical Foundation. He was not directly a part of, and the real reason he was not directly a part is because he came later. You see what I'm saying? It wasn't like he was doing something else or anything of that nature. He just was born later. He wasn't born during that time. I'm sure if he was born during the time of Madame Blavatsky, he'd hung around her. He just wasn't born during that time. But what's up, brother Sadiq?
Man, what's going on, family? Humble Soul Tribe all day.
You already know, brother. You already know. You know we appreciate you. How you doing? You been
Man, King
listening, man?
Hurt. Yeah, man. Just working out. Just can't left the gym a few minutes ago, man.
Okay.
Trying to keep this old body young, you know.
Yes, I feel you. I feel you.
You know what I'm saying, guys? Hell yeah. We keep it. Yeah, power to the panel. Great info, great presentation as usual, as in customary fashion. Yeah, I've been listening, man. Yeah, it usually makes some interesting points. I've been kind of the one that got kind of stuck to me at a glance at first was the concept of automatic writing.
Yeah.
Automatic writing. That's a conversation in itself.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Um, how can I say this? You must be actively involved in whatever you're writing. If you're to know something after the experience. As
Mm-hmm.
this automatic writing is occurring, what do you know? What is your degree of input into what's being recorded? Are you
Mm-hmm.
just being taken over?
Mm-hmm.
Hostage? Some would say possessed, maybe. The adherents may say divinely inspired, but divinely inspired is an intrinsic, in my opinion, an intrinsic experience where you're actively mentally and intellectually aware to a great degree of what's being written. You're not
Right.
going to just take your hand and it just write itself out. In my opinion, you're not going to just write out. Otherwise, we're back into the church because that's what, a lot of, we get back into the religious beliefs where they were, I think you mentioned the other day, Humble, about Islam
Mm-hmm.
and Muhammad, where his experience took place in the caves during as they say, his revelation to recite, or Ikra. And so this
Mm-hmm.
dude was illiterate, right? Couldn't read or write. But here he had this overall over pervasive feeling. Some would say the spirit or the angel Jibril, blah blah Jibril, if you're practicing the hearing of in the Ummah of Islam, took this
Exactly.
dude over, right? This totally took this dude over. He has no little to no knowledge of what's being recorded. I have a big problem with that.
Yep. Yep.
See,
I got. I'm gonna share my screen a
what
sec
is
because you
going
you
on? Like,
you touched on something, brother
whether it be
Sadiq.
Islam, like what was in that cave with him, right? Right?
Mm-hmm.
How you gonna write and record something that you have no knowledge of?
I don't think he was
Maybe
he
even
was
to the absolute. I don't
right.
know. I would have to talk to the he's a Sunni adherent, or to talk to my brother Kaz and say that did my man have any knowledge of what was being written beforehand, or he was totally, ap- essentially mentally absent during the process. You see what I'm saying?
He gonna
Mm-hmm.
say no.
I need. I'm gonna share something with y'all. Yo, hey, look, this gonna hit different right now. I can't. I'll be mad when I can't find my conversations,
I don't
bro.
know if you guys. I can't hear anything. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, can you
Oh,
hear us? Can you hear me?
you
Can you
might
hear me?
have to drop down, Sadiq Ra. Drop down, Sadiq. Hold on, I'm gonna drop you down. Come back up.
Yo, come back up. Come back up. Cause I
Yeah,
could hear you fine.
yeah, he gonna come back up. I'm sure he gonna come back up. But I want to share something again, man. I hate when I can't find my conversations, right? But we was talking earlier, and the brother said something interesting about a patent, right? And so,
I
mic
couldn't hear
check one
anything,
two
guys.
one two.
Yeah, I can hear you guys now. I don't know what part got cut off.
No, you was we heard everything you said.
Oh,
You just
okay.
couldn't
Oh,
hear us.
cool. Okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah, that's my first and most primary issue. With anybody, like whatever you guys learn, like it just took you over and gave you, and just basically spoon fed your experiences
Fact,
secondhand or from a third party, right?
fact. I'm gonna show y'all, brother, something. And this right here, and this is based off of what brother Sadiq was just talking about, right? With the writings and the automatic writings and things of that nature. Earlier today, over on the home planet of Beagle, we was talking about patents, right? Patents to the spiritual books and things of that nature. That had me thinking,
Right.
man, who owned a patent to the King James version of the Bible?
Right.
Now, watch this. This is wild. Now, mind y'all, brother Sadiq, they say the King James version of the Bible was inspired by God.
Right.
Watch this. The King James Bible, KJV, does not have a standard copyright. Instead, it is protected in the United Kingdom under the perpetual crown copyrights. The
Hmm.
UK have the patent to the KJV. Watch this.
Hmm.
Why we talking about automatic writing now, right? Watch
Right.
this. Originally established by a royal printing privilege. The crown has their own printer.
Mm,
What's going what come on now?
mm.
Come on now. And so what this printer doing? Is he writing things and saying, oh, it's inspired, it's automatic writings?
That term is banned. I
King
didn't even think
James
that was
the
a real
first had
term.
his watch this. King James
Good.
the first had his own printer to print his version of the King James Bible. His own printer. Look, it said right, originally established by a royal printing privilege granted by King James the First in 1611. The rights to print and distribute the KJV in the UK are managed through letters patents. The exclusive authority to control and publish it belongs to the British Crown, with commercial printing rights delegated to the specific authorized publishers. Cambridge University Press acting as Queen's King's printers.
Interesting. Interesting.
So Cambridge,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know he getting that
Oxford
money.
Press, Collins Press is under license. Now watch this. We was just talking about masonry, right?
Right.
The Scottish Rite Bible Board. Come on now. Come on now.
Right.
So
Yeah.
then when
You
people
know.
come out there and say, yo, what y'all beef with the Masons? Don't act like the Masons ain't had nothing to do with this. How they ain't all up in there scribing and putting their inputs on a religion too. Yes, they are. So like, yo, this be the thing for me. Everybody want to quote unquote talk about God's word, God's word, God's word. Well, why every time we looking at God's word, it's a bunch of men behind God's word? Who give Cambridge University the right to then interpolate God's word? God didn't do that. We know that for sure. Yo, I mean, it's crazy. And I guarantee you, don't none of the Christians or the Hebrew Israelites ever ask that question. Who patented the very book that I believe in?
But yeah, they're gonna try to take it back before that, you know what I'm saying, and say that, they corrupted it. They corrupted it. It wasn't originally, from there. It came back, before those times, and the scripts are written before then, and the Europeans, they just corrupted it, So that's gonna be their argument. But I mean, if you actually delve deep into it, the one thing that I did a presentation on that, European Christianity, what I'm saying, understanding that even though before it went through Europe and it got developed, the scripts was already written, those gospels and stuff was already written and stuff. It's like you have to. I mean, for me, I understand it and I can see it, but for most people, they can't see it because it's like you're not reading enough, you're not studying enough. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you remember the book called Miseducation of the Negro.
Yeah.
Anthony
Browder, right? That's Anthony Browder, right?
No, Carter G. Wilson.
Carter G. Wilson, that's who that is. Yeah. Yes, thank you. Yeah.
And the brother who started Black History, Black History Week, Black History Month, right?
Yep.
So, he wrote a book called Miseducation of the Negro 90 years ago, saying that, Black people being miseducated in this American society, this Eurocentric educational system is miseducating us. Amos Wilson said the same thing. Naim Akbar said the same thing. Kobe Cambone said the same thing. Francis Cress Wilson, they said, this educational system is miseducating us into the ways to maintaining European hegemony.
Facts. And Neely Fuller. Facts.
Yeah, nearly full. So now take that understanding of we living in this system that's is purposely miseducating us. Take that to go back 2,000 years. When was the Gospels written? Under what system? Who was in control at that time? The Romans and the Greeks. So they was being educated in a Roman and Greek educational system. They were not being educated in an African system. Many people want to say, well, Black people helped write the gospel. They helped write this part. But you know what? They weren't being educated with African traditional philosophical understanding of the world. They was looking at it from a Platonic and Aristotelian philosophical understanding of the world because that was in control, and that's where it from. So that's why you can say, yo, even though you can say, yo, these gospels was inspired. These gospels, I'm saying, these men were inspired by God, whatever.
Right.
But understanding of outlook of the world was based on how Plato, Aristotle, and all these people, how they draw their conclusions. So they was drawing their conclusions the same way. You know what I'm saying? It ain't nothing African about it at all.
Yeah, it's funny what you mentioned, if I may, where you would balance what you would write and record down from an intrinsic point of origin, from a spiritual, truly present internal condition. And you would, like you said, from a spiritual position, African spiritual position, namely. And then you record and reflect on the external world at that point later on as a secondary step, not the first primary, or you get stuck into the platonic aspect of things, right? Or the physicality aspect, right? To say that is to say this in regards to this automatic writing. If the dude that found it or who received this so-called revelation, he didn't have an internal condition. So he said his hand was just taken over. He has nothing to donate to the process.
There you go.
He put it to the platonic or to the external, or what we call exo. They don't talk about the exoteric, not the eso, but the exo. EXO means the physical world. So this dude gives his total mentality, his whole brain over, right, to some kind of physical phenomena, because he's not obviously clearly if he's dealing with, in my opinion, right, because if I'm applying it to myself, if it happened to me, or if I was professing this thing, if I'm gonna give my whole being over to some other force outside of myself or whatever, right, that's doing the work for me, then I have no intrinsic spiritual or soul, probably. What perspective am I writing from if I'm not even present spiritually, right? If it's automatic to the absolute, right? What the hell am I doing? What are we doing? Like, what are we doing here? Like, how am I going to convince people to follow that, right? I'm not going to really tell you guys that, because you're going to look at me like, well, dude, take me to the guy or the spirit, whatever, or the spirits, or the guy or whoever your group or whatever that wrote out this illustrious book or scripts or whatever or tablets, which is a fair question. I would say, you know what? Because I clearly had nothing to do with this. See, and so you know,
thing with like the Mormons,
right?
You know, that's the same thing with the Mormons. And I had a sister, years ago, man. Like my second year of college and stuff. I think met this sister, man. She was a Mormon. You know what I'm saying? And I never heard of the Mormons. I mean, I know I heard of the Mormons, but I didn't know anything about them. And she said that she was a Mormon. You know what I'm saying? I was at her house and we chilling. You know what I'm saying? She said, "No, I'm a Mormon." I said, "What?" And she handed me the Mormon Bible. She said, "You ever read the Mormon?" I said, "No, I haven't." I said, "I don't believe in none of that stuff." She said, "You ain't even read?" And I said, "Fine." So she handed me the Bible, her Mormon Bible. Man, she said, "You need to read." So I opened it. I said, "You know what I'm saying? I'm going to hear you out." So I opened it up and I read it. And I read like the first page, the 2 pages. Nigga, yo, I died. I bust out laughing, yo.
Yeah.
Damn.
That's what, man.
If you ever seen the South Park episode where they did about the Mormons, it is exactly what they wrote in that. Man, I was dying laughing. She kicked me out. She kicked me out. I was like, how can you believe this, yo? You tell me this nigga wrote this little joint with some seashells?
Wow.
That joint was straight funny, but yo, but you're dealing with people who don't study history or don't, you know what I'm saying, don't take the time to study, religion history. You know what I'm saying? Going to religion history and study like how everything was developed and where it come from. You know what I'm saying? For me, growing up, I thank to my dad, you know what I'm saying, rest with the ancestors. You know what I'm saying? He the one who introduced me to John Henry Clark, you know what I'm saying, Runoko Rashidi, and he introduced me to those people. And so, I was exposed to this when I was 12 years old. You know what I'm saying? And he had me reading those books when I was like 14. I had no choice but to read them. it was no choice. It was like, nigga, you about to sit down and read this book.
That's a real dad.
Yeah. And so, I was exposed to this when I was young. So when I got older, I already had a little grounding, a little foundation to stand on. And then I tested it, when in my 20s, because I kept running to Hebrew Israelites and the Wapians, you know what I'm saying, in the streets of DC. I would run into these guys and they would question me, well, how do you listen to that? And they forced me, to you delve deeper and try to, saying you gotta prove what you know and this stuff. So I delve deeper.
Right.
So most people don't do that. They accept, if you accept this your belief, this is what I believe in. Okay, that's fine. That's what you believe in. But what I'm saying, just because you believe in it, don't mean you have to force it on me or try to force it on anybody. I like what Tony Browder said. Tony Browder said, man, he don't care what other people believe in. He don't care what other black people believe in. He said, I'm about black power. We need to focus on getting ourselves together and, unifying ourselves to correct what's going on in our communities, in our neighborhoods. It don't matter if you're a Muslim, a Christian, a Hebrew, Israelite. Well, it don't matter, man. We can deal with that later. You know what I'm saying? Once we get this stuff corrected and, you know what I'm saying, deal with the situations that we got going on, then we come back and say, all right, now you niggas on the burn. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I like that approach. I kind of like that approach.
Right.
Indeed.
I had to bring this up really fast because I just had to sticking back to this automatic writing, right?
Man.
Now we would expect, right? Extra dimensional beings to be able to be intelligent enough to at least tell the person that they possessing the right information.
Right.
This is what I never understood about any of these texts, right? If these texts were supposed to be so important and so intellectual and so much the truth, why every time you look in one of these books, we got a bunch of fallacies to point out, right? So the other day when I did my presentation, I went over the Owaspy disproving scientific fallacies. Y'all know Cosmo always like to come and talk. Ain't nobody ever disproved the Owaspy Bible scientifically, right? So what I did, I just pointed out 5 false equivocations, five fallacies that was in Owaspy scientifically, and disproved them, right? Did y'all know that the Owaspy Bible reject gravity for vortex theory, right? Explicitly desires universal gravitation, proposes space is filled with rotating fluid like vortices, vortia. The physicality pushes planets. That physically pushes planets. So what the Owaspy is saying, what John Bailey Newborough is saying, is that it's the vortices that pushes the planets. This is called Cartesian physics, family. I don't know if people knew that or not, right? Rene Descartes, if people don't know where Cartesian physics come from, Rene Descartes.
Right.
Now, what Cosmo must not have known, because then he wouldn't be pushing this vortex thing so heavily, is that Isaac Newton disproved Rene Descartes in 1687. Wouldn't you think that an angel who was extra dimensional would have had the intellect to know that Isaac Newton disproved Rene Descartes' physics in 1687? So then why would you then go and use outdated physics? What intellectual human goes and do that? Let alone an intellectual spirit. Did y'all know that the Owaspy Bible denies solar radiation? It claims that light and heat do not travel from the sun. It argues that light and heat are generated locally within sun's atmosphere via photospheres and friction, right? So ain't no way a creator created the universe and don't know it take light 8 minutes to reach Earth from the sun. How do you create the system and don't know how the system operates? Have y'all ever seen a computer engineer build a computer but not know how the computer operates?
Nope.
Spontaneous generation. Did y'all know the Owaspy Bibles explains the origin of life via spontaneous generation? Now, I don't know where Cosmo been hiding. He probably was with Patrick up under a rock somewhere when biogenesis was proven. Clearly, he don't know about biogenesis. Clearly, he don't know about the fundamental statement that life begets life.
Right. That's a fact. Nothing starts from absolutely nothing without nothing. Yeah, you got to have something.
You got to have something.
You got to have something. Right. You got to have something. In all cases.
Facts. Did y'all know that the Owaspy Bible has a false explanation of light and color? It literally teaches in the Owaspy Bible that light is the polarity of corporeal needles in solution. It claims that color is the transposition of those needles. What type of ignorance and outlandish thinking is this? Clearly, whoever influenced John Bailey Newborough didn't know about electromagnetic radiation. Clearly, they didn't. Because clearly they would have known that light itself is electromagnetic radiation.
Right.
This the ignorant stuff they want you to believe, bro. Look, watch this. It get a little deeper. Watch this. It get a little deeper. Hold on, watch this. I'm gonna show y'all something that's gonna break y'all brains. This right here is crazy in of itself. It's saying the beast divided itself into four. Now, this is the Owaspy Bible, family. This is literally pages from the Owaspy Bible. Listen to what it say. And the beast divided itself into 4 gray heads and possessed the earth about. And man fell down and worshiped them. That look, all type of religious right, just in that sentence right there. But let's keep going. And the names of the heads of the beasts were Brahmin, Buddhist, Christian, and Mohammedan. What in the world, Elder Herc? What, like, how do you read this and not laugh? How do you read this and not think that is a comedy? Let's get into it. This is what's crazy right here. All my Christians, I said this too in my presentation. All my Christians and Hebrew Israelites know about Matthew 10 and 34. Shoot, if you moved away from Christianity, you still might know about Matthew 10 and 34. Why do the Owaspy Bible say the exact same thing that Matthew 10 and 34 say? The exact same thing. This is plagiarism at its finest. This is plagiarism. Word for at least the Bible, at least the person who orchestrated the automatic writing or the typewriter writing for King James had enough sense to at least spunk up some of his own spruce into the mix. At least he ain't copy verbatim word for word the old text.
Right. That's kind of what that automatic writing is. Yeah, that's plagiarism. It's an exotic form of plagiarism, actually.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty exotic as you can get, not to cut in, but just to kind of augment to what you were saying. If especially if it's out something that occurring outside, absolutely outside of you. If it's somebody else doing everything, dude, that's and you are subscribing to it, and you just taking it and copying somebody else's revelation, then that's plagiarism, in my opinion. Because you're promoting somebody else's work, literary work, right? Based off of belief, right? If you just you just believe it, so you're a believing, faith yielding. Propagandist / what's the what we talked about, plagiarist. See,
plagiarist, yeah,
pretty much.
And so here's my thing again. Once again, it goes back to the intelligence of the being that possessed John Bailey Newborough. Clearly, this being didn't have no original thoughts, because if he did, he wouldn't be taking so much content from other Bibles, other sacred texts, word for word. Clearly, he don't got no original thinking. Either that or John Bailey Newborough memorized this verse right here. Hey, one or the other can be true, but they both can't be true.
And that's the thing. And it's so funny because because Cosmon, like I said, everybody got your belief that you want to believe in. You got your system that you believe in, your religion, whatever it is, right? And he bumping his chest out, you know what I'm saying? Owaspy this, undefeated, this and that, right? And in the chat on Facebook, he posted like a video lecture of somebody talking about going through the Owaspy. And I had ended up watching it one day. I clicked on it and I watched it because I said, I don't know nothing about it. Let me see, what's up. And I watched it. 40 in his good 20, 30 minutes in. I think a good 20 minutes in, the guy said that in Owaspy, it says that Earth does not need the sun to generate its own heat.
Yeah. That's what I was just talking about, Master Hurt, with the radiation, with the solar radiation. Yeah.
I was like, wait, hold up. What? I rewind that joint and I had to look it up. And I went to go look it up. I typed it in. I found the Owaski Bible online, typed it in, the verses, and yeah, it actually said that. And I was like, what? What?
Did y'all know the Owaski is a covenantal doctrine?
You said a what?
Is a covenantal doctrine.
Of the covenant?
Yeah, it's a covenant. The people.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Oh yeah.
Faith is, watch this. Let me show y'all something real quick. Watch this. Faithist, right? And it got it right here. It got it right here in the Owaski Bible, right? It say this is literally it say Owaski, Book of Jehovah, and I give unto you a covenant. Yo, what? So Cosmo ain't out here telling y'all just can't read the Owaski Bible. Y'all got to enter a covenant with Jehovah to be considered faithist. He ain't out here telling you that. What it say down here, family? Serve ye Jehovah. How many times y'all done heard Cosmo said Jehovah ain't never tell you to worship him?
It's serve, huh? So this Jehovah. From what I'm gathering, given the context in these slides, that he's supposed to be worshipped, huh?
Exactly.
Oh man, if it's worship,
hey, listen,
anytime you do it worship, that's religion.
Cycle.
Yeah, that's religion. If you worship this.
Watch this. We all know about the Baal cycle, right? Watch what this say. Owaski fails to maintain consistent monotheism. It operates under a henotheistic framework, which is religious in of itself, acknowledging a vast hierarchy of rival gods. Now, this is something else is interesting, right? This spirit didn't even have the origination to make up the names of the false gods. They started using Osiris. Baal. Wait, time out now. Hold up. Hey, yo, this is crazy work, right? And then leaning on it made it Kabbalikas. Like, what? Watch this though. Who demanded worship while arbitrarily forcing Jehovah to the apex. That's the Baal cycle. That's literally the Baal cycle. Listen, man, when y'all get into this, then what they do is they go in and they change the context of the Abrahamic patriarchs. They say Abraham was a Persian. They say Moses was a Egyptian lawgiver, and he taught Zoroastrianism. Hebrew Israelites, y'all got to confirm or deny that. I can't be the one to do that for y'all because I don't believe in it. But y'all got to be the ones that confirm or deny that. Did Moses teach Zoroastrianism? This y'all patriarch. Y'all should know. Let's get into it, man. Look, this is where Jehovah come from right here. A formula for a false god, inventing Jehovah. It comes from the Hebrew Yahweh, the Persian and Zoroastrian, Ahura Mazda, and the Vedic absolute concept of Om. Listen to this, man. Rather than representing an ancient, revealed linguistic truth, Jehovah is a linguistic and conceptual hybrid. Historians of religion observe this artificial synthesis as a common 19th century tactic used to manufacture a universal deity. So instead of coming up with your own deity, you decide to take theirs. They ain't got no shame in that game, bro. No shame in that game. Let me take this down. I'm hurting Cosmon again. Let me take this down before they start trying to come get me for bullying.
I mean, for me, it's just the whole Eurocentric point of view, the world view that we're clinging on to, and we don't want to let go of. You know what I'm saying? I think that's a fallacy, a flaw amongst our people. We cling on to Westerners, how they view the world and what they have done in the world, and for lack of better anything, I mean, we see all the results, results of the day of technology and stuff of what's been created by their worldview, but that don't make it right.
That's a fact.
That don't make it right because we basically live in a world that's unsustainable. You know what I'm saying? And we continue, and it's like now they want to, travel the stars, look for other planets to colonize. You know what I'm saying? Because they basically trying to destroying this planet. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Instead of trying to live, as you know what I'm saying? It's not, and the crazy thing is, it's not just among the black people or African people that you saw this harmonization of trying to live in balance with the earth. You saw that amongst the Native Americans as well. You know what I'm saying? You saw this amongst the people, in Asia as well. You know what I'm saying? And so it's just, it's just wow. It's just like, what I'm saying? Like a lot of our people, a lot of our elders, in psychology and sociology, they've all said the same thing, that most of us have, haven't broken away from the miseducation that we've been receiving, and to move forward. It's just that's the thing. For me, it's what I see. You know what I'm saying?
Facts. No, I mean, and that's why I'm a naturalist, right? Because when I look at history, all of the people that look like me in history were naturalists, right? All of the cultures were naturalists, right? They all lived off the land. They all lived within their environments. They all blended in with their environments. They all took information and gathered empirical knowledge of the land. So then I always talk to my melanated people. If you sick of religion, why go look for another religion? Why not go look for what your people do? Why not go to a culture, a community that make you feel like you are a part instead of making you feel like you stand out? Definitely if you're a seeker of knowledge and truth. You see what I'm saying? So, man, it's just to get crazy, man. It's just to get crazy. But one thing I will say is I appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate the Cosmons and the Yavras and the Pit Bulls and you know what I'm saying? I appreciate the Easy Bands because y'all give me people to beat up on. If everybody was just scientific literate, you know what I'm saying? Hey, that'd be boring, man. Hey, I need some of y'all, man. I need to beat up on y'all a little bit.
I guess you're right. You're right. I didn't think about that. Not just not beating up on them, but appreciating them for giving you food for thought. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Making you think, making you reevaluate. Making you check things out. The whole thing, because as you brought up the double slit experiment, I could have used that in my presentation on, it's science is racing, because that just proves my theorem, my thesis of what Maringa Ani and Jacob Carruthers was saying, because
Right.
you know what I'm saying, the slit experiment shows you that, in this binary logic system, this two binary system that Western science exists in, it forces those particles to only those two values. So it's like it strips it from the wave particle, from that wave duality that it exists into two states of only this or that.
Right.
That's what Western science does. It strips indigenous knowledge. It strips that African knowledge into a binary state. It comes from a 3-value system, and it strips it and forces it into a 2-value system. And that's what the double slit experiment shows, and it proves it. So when you said, I said, damn, I should have had that joint, in my I added. I said, yo, I put it there. So I added a note, say, yo, let me add this joint as an example to show
I appreciate it.
how Western science is epistemic racist. So it's not about a behavior. That's what people are missing. They keep thinking about behavior. But I'm talking about epistemic racism. You know what I'm saying? Neely Fuller, you know what I'm saying? Francis Cress Welsing says racism is a system. White supremacy racism is a system. And so if it's a system, that means it has a structure to it. And a structure has a foundation. And that's what Maringa Ani was showing us, that their city was the foundation of this system. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, definitely. I thought about that. I was like, damn, I should have had that joint. But now, yeah. I'm putting that joint on there.
I appreciate that, bro. Hey, listen, man, I just got a great compliment, man. I appreciate the fact that I get to share some information with the elder. I get to, hey, listen, man, I got that right there. Good looking, humble. I appreciate that, Elder Herc. I appreciate that. And that's an honor for me, man, because it's so funny. I was just over on Beagle earlier talking about our elders and who should we classify as our elders. And me and Shay was sitting over there. We was having a conversation. And just so happened, an older brother come in, he like 65, 70, right? And he tried to still get it in, like, with the young bucks and things of that nature. And so he started talking. And at the end of him talking, I had to, hey, yo, we denounce your title as an elder, bro. Like, I can't be calling you elder, and then I bring people to Beagle, and then they hear you speak. And then it's like, bro, nah, man, what's this? Hold up, bro. Who you teaching up under? Nah, humble, we can't listen to you. My man was saying Mesoamerica and Mesopotamia was the same place. I can't bring nobody to you talking like that.
Mesoamerica and Mesopotamia.
That is crazy work.
Mesoamerica. Wait, where's Mesopotamia? Mesopotamia is that's the Middle East, right?
Yeah. Babylon, places like that.
At least have a map in front of you if you're gonna try to teach, right?
At least.
Sure.
At least.
No, I think you probably misunderstood him, yeah. He didn't say that, yeah.
Y'all, that's what he said, man. Listen, I had to get on his head about that earlier, man. I was like, yo, you can't be saying this crazy stuff, man. And then you got brothers like myself and Ashe going around calling you out. Nah, man, you can't say that. So I had it. I don't care what y'all talking about. This, that, and the third. Nah, bro, we denounce you as an elder, bro. You can't be called an elder. Yeah. Hey, listen, if I can't bring a person to you for some information, I can't call you an elder.
That's funny, yeah. That's funny.
Now we got brother Sirius B on the panel. What's up, brother Sirius B? Talk to us. How you feeling?
Oh man, feeling well, man. I tell you what, man, you brothers really impressed me in this last presentation. I think it was you, Humble Mystic, and a shot Ashe was on the platform. You guys were really breaking down the origins of a lot of this occult madness. And dude, it's like, dude, you guys are right in my lane when you're talking about this kind of stuff. And I wanted to drop some information on you because it sounds like you guys are sort of doing a lot of the same research or similar research that I'm doing. So I wanted to give you guys a breadcrumb just to see if this is something that you guys are tracking as well. And this is one of the pseudo final bosses when you're talking about the whole Western occult tradition in terms of philosophy, right? So, hold on just a second. Let me see. So if you guys really think about this whole idea about Western ceremonial magic that you guys are breaking down, astrology, numerology, all these concepts of the four elements, Kabbalah, angel magic, scrying, there is a single final boss in Western philosophy and occult philosophy. That's even beyond H.P. Blavatsky. You guys did a great job talking about Blavatsky, but this is a figure that's even before her, that predates Blavatsky, that a lot of people really put on the pedestal here. And I wanted to see if I can share my screen and show you guys something and see if you are familiar with this particular individual here. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead. Pop it up there. I got you.
All right. And you guys let me know if you can see this. This is a gentleman named Cornelius Agrippa. Have you ever heard of that name?
Yes.
I would love for you, Humble Mystic, and you, Ashe, to do some research on this particular figure here, right? So Cornelius Agrippa, right, in his 3 books of occult philosophy, this is a linchpin. This is a cornerstone of all occult philosophy of the Western tradition, right? When you're talking about H.P. Blavatsky, they get it from Agrippa. Right.
Right.
When you're talking about when you talk about astrology, it comes from Agrippa. When you're talking about people say numerology, it all comes from Agrippa. Right. I would love for you guys to take a look at the three pieces, how it's broke down. His three books is the natural world, right? He talks about the natural magic, all of the pieces in the natural world and all those the celestial magic, right? That's all the whole pieces of astrology and all those things. And then the divine world, that's where he gets into the interpretation of God, the Kabbalah. All of those pieces are wrapped into the works of Cornelius Agrippa. Right? He is a early Hermetic. He's from the early Hermetic tradition, right? So he's a Hermeticist. Yeah, he's absolutely a Hermeticist.
A Hermeticist. And he rock with the emerald tablets and stuff like that.
If you would, I think a lot of his works comes out of that, right? With the emerald tablets. Again, when you really dig into it, a lot of his ideas, this is where it emerges from.
Yeah,
it's from Agrippa.
Got you.
I would love for you guys to take a look at his works, dig into that, and let me know what you guys think, as well as you talk about things like the corpus hermeticum. Of course, that
the corpus hermeticum. Yep.
That predates Agrippa, because that's a traditional Hermetic teaching, but I'm talking about synthesizing all of these ideas. A lot of it comes from him.
That's a fact. And there's a couple of those books too. And before I go in, I want to shout out to Brother Ashe. Welcome up to the panel, Brother Ashe. We got Samora Kojo up here. What's up, Samurai Kojo? So I just want to shout out the brothers that are coming up here. I'm gonna give y'all a chance to speak in a second. I just want to break this down and just explain to the brother Sirius B. What you were speaking about, brother Sirius B, books like the Magnum Opus, books like the Emerald Tablets, books like the Hermetica, books like the Lost Wisdom of the Pharaohs. All of those are new age, like you were saying, spiritual teachings that was taken the quote unquote information from Kemet, and they were revising it to fit their narrative and their spookism. So I know exactly what you're talking about, brother.
A lot of that is pseudepigrapha, right? Yeah. Like for instance, like the Kabbalion as well, right?
The Kabbalion, yep.
The Kabbalion is something that is passed off to be something of ancient tradition, but it's not ancient, right? It's very modern. Right. And again, right, a lot of those ideas that emerge from the Kabbalion, it all comes from Cornelius Agrippa is the brainchild of a lot of it.
Yeah. We appreciate you for that, brother Sirius. We appreciate you for that. Hey, what's up, brother Ashe? Welcome to the panel, brother. What's up? How you feeling today?
I'm just chilling, brother, man. Checking you out, man. Checking the show out. Just I tapped in.
Oh yeah, most definitely. We just over here.
Peace, huh?
What up? What up? Go ahead, Ashe. My apologies. Go ahead, bro. Get in.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to do the show today, but tomorrow I'm gonna definitely go in tomorrow and talk more and deeper into that into all of this new age mysticism, occultism, and stuff like that. I want to have a part 2 to the build that we did, man, to the build that I had, where I actually go in on the symbolism behind a lot of the stuff as well.
Right.
The origins of the symbols, 6-point stars, hexagrams, pentagrams. What would these be? What was these things being utilized for? Where were they at? What do these things mean? So I definitely want to go in on that side of things as well.
Most definitely. I can't wait for that. I'm gonna be there for that one too, bro. Hey, my man Ashe be having some amazing breakdowns. You feel what I'm saying? Amazing breakdowns. Him, Brother God Energy, Sister Issa Queen. Hey man, we all get it in with that information, man. Shout out to the fam.
Yeah,
Shout out to the fam.
absolutely. And you'll be surprised in terms of, you know, what some of the occultic meaning, like I think Shay mentioned the 5-pointed star, talking about the pentagram and how it's used in Western ceremonial magic, right? A lot of those breakdowns will, you know, it basic to me. I think a lot of it kind of despookifies it, if that's a word, right? You don't want any of this stuff to be mysterious and spooky to you, right? Because that's where a lot of our people, I think, they fall victim a lot of this stuff, right?
Right.
My whole thing is like, okay, look at it from an academic perspective, sort of like what you guys are doing. You look at these things from an academic perspective, and then you don't necessarily have to worry about the whole idea of this being some magical, mystical thing that actually impacts the natural world beyond what we do with science and naturalism. Sort of like what you meant, what you kind of discussed, Humble.
And real quick, I think so. For me, I would the only slight pushback I have on that is that I wouldn't contribute numerology and astrology to these these Europeans, stuff like that, to foreigners. You know, I think it's a part of traditional African spiritual systems. And the only reason I say that is because we could see it you see it, 75,000 years, 85,000 years ago in South Africa, in the Adam calendar. You know what I'm saying? You see it in the Lubombo bone. You see it, you see this numerology stuff and astrology stuff where they calculated the sun moving in its processions, moving in different. They gave it different names, different characters. You are moving into the, lack of a better word, the year of the ram, the year of the, the goat, the year of the crab, whatever. But they already understood that the sun moves into a different age. The earth moves into a different age and stuff like that. So you have these different, understandings of the sun moving into a different age, and it affects the humans that live under it. So and then from a personal, which I know we're not supposed to include personal, perspectives and stuff into the research, but from a personal perspective, for me, I've been studying numerology since I was 20. Since I was about 19, 20 years old, and I've seen, I've seen what different women that I deal with. Some women, I get in trouble with, end up going to jail over it because, their birth dates wasn't matching with mine. I've traveled the whole world. I lived in Asia. I lived in, Africa, and I didn't pay a dime, and because it was women who paid for it, because I dealt with certain women with certain birthdays. Once I've learned, you deal with certain women with certain birthdays, I didn't pay rent, for 10 years, I lived, because I had rent pay I had women who helped me pay for college, pay my tuition, because I only dated women who had certain birthdays that matched my birthday that I harmonized with, and they was able to help me out, as opposed to someone who I was in conflict with. So, I mean, that's just from a personal perspective. I was able to travel to, half this globe, dealing with certain women, knowing their birthdays and who they are and stuff, So I think that, it is a science that, or a raquette, as the ancestors would say, a raquette, or as in Kindoki, as they say in Bantu, it's a science that we have let go, and that, the Europeans have said, this is false. But that our ancestors came up with, tens of thousands of years ago to understand the universe and understand how people relate with each other. There's, I don't think that it's a whim or wish-washy to understand that there's a relationship of how certain people react, because I think we all been in it. You walk into a room and you feel, you vibe with somebody, or you walk into a room and you don't vibe, you don't even know the person. But you could say, man, I ain't feeling that nigga, man. I ain't feeling, It's just the energy that they carry, and it's not nothing about them. You don't even know them from Adam. But the energy, because of their birth date and how, where they was born, their energy that they carry, it conflicts with your energy. So this is like, I think that this is a science that we haven't delved into because we listen to how Westerners define what science is and what's not science. And I think that our ancestors, they've been dealing with this for thousands of years. They came up with a formula, that, I'm saying that certain people, react with certain people. So that's just my perspective. That's just my perspective. That's all.
And that's great insight. And I think what I'm kind of suggesting is that I think we should scrutinize like what we're using and that unbroken, like are what is what we're utilizing. Does it have an unbroken line or an unbroken current back to the continent? Or is it a part of some of these Western traditions that, of course, us here in America that we're sort of ensconced in, right? I would employ anybody to really take a hard look into that, right? I think that's really what I'm suggesting, because especially when you're talking about looking at numerology from a perspective of trying to identify dating mates and things like that. Is that necessarily an African tradition? I don't know if we can say that, right? That particular usage of it, right? I'm almost certain it comes from a current outside of the African tradition. So that's why I'm a big proponent of really analyzing, putting these traditions under the microscope and seeing where they come from, right? No matter what we're using, what we're doing. I'm not saying that they're not useful in these things. We know us as Africans and Black people, we'll make something useful out of anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
But my biggest thing is like at least have that background information in terms of the origins of those concepts. And then if you wanted to revamp or bring those back into a more traditional current, then maybe that's a place that we should be, right? As opposed to using things and leveraging things outside of our cultural tradition.
Right, I agree. Right.
I'm back, family. My apologies. Hey, brother Kojo, did you get a time to speak, Kojo? Kojo?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Peace to everyone on the panel. Peace to A1. Yeah, and peace to the whole bomb squad. You're too numerous to mention. So yeah. Anyway, I want to pull you guys back to a point. I know you guys have trodden on further down the road, but I just want to pull you back a little bit because I heard you guys say something about the Mesoamerica and the Middle East. Now, I'm just trying to figure out. I mean, if you said it, that means there is some what's the word? Validity. That's it, to it, basically. So why don't we look at that perspective instead of just dismissing it? Because that's what you guys just did. And I believe there's a lot of evidence that points to America being the Middle East rather than the Middle East being the Middle East. If that's my meaning. So yeah, that's what I came on to kind of query.
Right. And so for me, it's just about geology, right? Mapping and understanding where places are on this grid we call Earth. You see what I'm saying? If we simply just do that, then it's very apparent. It don't matter what we call these land masses, but these two land masses are not the same land mass, right? They are literally located in different areas. They're not even close. They're located different areas on the Earth. So it's impossible to then conflate the two and say that they're the same thing. Even when you look into the cultures aren't even the same. They don't even resemble each other, the Mesoamerican culture and the Mesopotamian culture. You see what I'm saying? So for people to say that they're the same thing, that's a stretch, a far stretch. And it just shows that, they just need to do more research on geology, right? And anthropology, the culture of, or the fundamental basis of what cultures are, as far as their language, their building patterns, their migration patterns, their educational systems. When you deep dive into both of those cultures, Mesoamerica and Mesopotamia, you find out real fast that these two cultures are very different.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but when I say Mesoamerica, I'm saying like I'm thinking that you guys are saying that the Middle East was in America, which is what I'm saying. Am I correct?
No, yeah. So what I'm saying is the Middle East is not America.
Yeah, no, no,
Right,
no. We
right,
understand that.
right,
We
right. And
understand.
I'm saying the Middle East is America because
Right, right.
there's a lot of
Yeah, yeah,
evidence
you can say it.
as far as the
Can you,
underground
okay,
cities.
but can you show us? But can you show us how? Can you
Yeah,
explain to us how?
hold on. Let me
Hold on
explain.
1 second, Hurt. Let him finish it up, and then we gonna let you get right in there, Hurt. Go,
Right,
go ahead,
right,
Kojo.
right. Thank you. I'm saying there's a lot of evidence that points to that. I mean, there's evidence of Canaan in America, in Canada. There's evidence of Babylon. There's evidence of Israel. There's evidence of all these ancient civilizations or cities or what have you in America, and hence why you have all these underground cities. You don't have them in Africa. Africa was made up. It was a narrative made up by the man, which is what everybody's following. And this is what I'm saying. If you use your intuition, basically, there's other information which we have to look into, basically. And when we do that, we are going to find out that everything that we're saying about this Medunecha and what do you call it, the Kemet and all these other philosophies are all false. Because again, like I said, everything started in America.
Okay, but you have. I mean, you said that, but you haven't given any evidence, any proof. Can we get some? Can we get some evidence where you got it from? Where you get the information from?
There's so many proofs in books everywhere that I mean, look, you can do a Google search and you might not find it, but there's books everywhere that points to that basically. And if you look at the names, even in the names, it's all in the names. They've just distorted the names basically, and hence why you've got like California and all these kind of things. They said Moses, when he led the Israelites, he led them through California and not the Nile over in Africa, basically, because the Africa was a flooded place, and that's the proof. The proof was that Africa was flooded. It wasn't a place habitable by anybody. It was a place where everybody fled to. So we were chased from somewhere into Africa. That is the real evidence. That is the real facts. That is the real history, not what the man gave you. So when you say, yo, give me proof, you're asking for what the man gave you. No, I'm asking for your intuition. I'm asking for what is there, what you can see, basically.
Okay, but you just said that we fled into Africa. Africa was flooded. It was said. I mean, where are you getting this information from?
Okay, so my ancestors, I'm an African myself, and my ancestors, first and foremost, have said that they are not from. I mean, I am, but because I was born over there, but I mean, not born over there, but I'm from there. My parents are there, from there, but they they migrated into Africa. So that is the evidence that I'm going by. Basically,
Who?
I'm not going by what your man said.
Okay,
Basically,
what people?
I'm going by what my lineage said, not but what your man said.
What people? Who people
Different.
you talking about?
Say what?
What's the people that you're talking about?
The African people.
No, your ancestors. You said your. I'm asking your ancestors. Who are the ancestors?
The African people. That's what I'm saying. The
Hey,
whole
No,
of
I'm
the
saying.
real fast,
I'm
real
asking
fast.
who are your ancestors that you're
Hey, I
talking
just
about?
gotta call out some incoherence real fast. I'm gonna let y'all get into it. The brother said that his ancestors tells the story or tells the narrative that his family came into Africa. The brother Mansa asked a very valid question. What people are you talking about? What culture? The brother then turns around and say, the African people. Hold up now. How are they African people if they was brought into Africa?
Good question. Because, like I said to you, when I spoke, you have to see. This is why I say intuition and knowledge of breaking down knowledge comes into it. I said to you, we were born in Africa, so therefore we are Africans. But my ancestors are not Africans because they migrated into Africa. That's what I said.
And he asked you, what people are you talking about? You
And I
said
said
the
the
African
whole
people.
African people, yes, the Bantus, the Ashantis, the Twa, all of them, they all migrated into Africa because they were being persecuted, and that's the facts.
That, brother, I've never read that the Twa and the Khoisan migrated into Africa. That's why I'm asking you where you getting this information
Well,
from.
this is what I'm saying to you, my brother. You're going by what the man gave you. I'm going by what my ancestors told me. So you tell me which one holds more weight, in your
Okay,
opinion.
you're right. But we have to then you have to show me where the Twa and the Khoisan said that they migrated into Africa themselves.
Well, there's many evidence that the Twa was in Europe first and foremost. You know what I'm saying, in Ireland and in
Whoa.
Great Britain and all these type of places. There's history there. I mean, you
I
could.
agree. I agree with that. I
So why
definitely
are you ask? Hold on. Are you asking me questions so we can learn, or are you asking me to try and catch me out? Is
no,
that what you're
no,
trying to do?
because you're conflating timelines.
Oh my God!
Okay,
All right,
so
go
Can
the
ahead.
I
Twa,
read this really
the
fast?
Twa.
Really
Wait,
fast. This
hold
might
up. Let me
go
end with
ahead,
this.
Herc, but then after you, I'm
Let
gonna
me
read
end with
this.
this. Let me end with this. The Twa and the Khoisan that you're talking about that were in Europe do not predate that were those who were in Africa. That's what you will have to show.
Predate
Okay.
what?
So
Because
really
what?
fast, really fast. I'm gonna let you get in right after this, Kojo.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it was a claim being made that Mesoamerica is the same place as Mesopotamia. People always, I proved this earlier too, but people always say, go look it up. You don't believe me? Go do your research. Is Mesoamerica the same place as Mesopotamia? No. Mesoamerica and Mesopotamia are two completely different geographic and historical regions. So this is why I said earlier, the reason I believe people make these mistakes is because they don't know geography. They don't know how to read a map. So of course they wouldn't know where Mesoamerica and Mesopotamia is. They assume because they both got the beginning word Meso, they must be the same thing. But if you don't understand geography and if you don't understand historical regions, then you wouldn't understand that these are not the same thing, right? It said
Okay,
these
so
two
how?
historical regions, hold on one second, I got you. I ain't gonna be long, I promise you. These two historical regions located in different parts of the world, separated by thousands of miles and thousands of years of history, not 50, 60 kilometers, not 24 feet, not 13 steps, but thousands of miles.
Okay, so humble. Let me ask you a question.
So hold
right?
on one second. I'm gonna give it right back to you after this. I'm gonna make this last point. I'm gonna give it right back to you. Right? Did the Bantu come into Africa? The Bantu did not come into Africa from somewhere else. Rather, they originated within Africa and underwent a massive migration across the continent. This is not hard information to get into. Not hard at all. Right? Let's talk about the Twa people. Right? Where are the Twa people from? The Twa people, who are part of the larger Akan ethnic group, primarily resides in Ghana and parts of the Côte d'Ivoire, the Ivory Coast of West Africa. Their origins and migration history are traced through the oral traditions, historical records, and linguistics. West African roots, historical and archaeological evidence indicate that the ancestors, listen, not me, not Mansa Herc, not nobody on a panel, but historians and archaeologists, right? Their evidence indicate that the ancestors of the Akan Twa people gradually migrated into the forest and coastal regions of modern-day Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire around the 11th and 12th century. Northwest migration theory, oral traditions, and mainly historians suggest that their deeper ancestral roots trace further north. Many Akan groups believe their ancestors originally came from regions associated within medieval Ghana Empire. The Sudan region. All of these places are in Africa, by the way. Just want y'all to know that. The Twa people didn't originate anywhere other than Africa. So I don't know where we getting these theories from that these people coming from everywhere else. Me as well, Elder Hurt, would like to see some evidence. I'm a land right there, family. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother Kojo. It's on you, brother.
Yeah, thank you very much, Humble. You see, my pushback to that, what you just read, basically, is still the same. The man gave you that, and the man is pushing a narrative that he wants you to believe. And I'm saying to you that there's other narratives out there that tells you different. And like the other gentleman was saying, the Twa, they came from Europe. He knew that, but then you read that the Bantus and all these guys were all in Africa. We don't listen. My ancestors, basically, I don't care what it is, whether it's Google or it's Hoodoo or whatever it is. Listen, my ancestors, they are the real proof. They are the actual proof. You know what I'm saying? Google can't tell me nothing. You know what I'm saying? And if they tell me that they came from somewhere else, I know they came from somewhere else. I don't care what Google tells you, because Google's not going to tell you the truth. And you know Google.
So why would you ask me to Google it if you wasn't going to trust the answer that Google was going to give me?
I didn't ask you to Google it. You did it yourself. But nothing wrong with doing that. But I'm saying use your intellect, my brother. I'm saying to you that, listen, if you're talking about Africa being thousands and thousands and thousands of years old, then let's look at these again. I will always pull this up, and this always gets all of you. What about these Tartarian buildings? When did they basically, when was that civilization, or when did that civilization end? And when did this one that we're living in start? For you guys to be saying, oh, out of Africa in thousands and thousands and thousands of years. We see these buildings with our own eyes, and those buildings are not billions of years and so on and so on and so on of years old. No, we see them with our own eyes. So we're fooling ourselves with all this information and stuff like that, and we're trying to neglect our own eyes and senses. No, it's right there in front of us, my brother.
I'm sorry,
you can dance around it, but it's up to you. The evidence is right there in your eyes, in front of your eyes.
Wait, can you expound on what you just said about the buildings being thousands of years old and we're not? I mean, can you explain that a little bit more?
All right. See, all these Tartarian buildings. When I say Tartarian buildings, you might not be familiar with what I'm saying, but when you go around your city, you will see that there's buildings out there that were not built for us. They were built for much bigger people. And this civilization was before we came along, so to speak. So if that was the case, when did that civilization end? And when did ours start? For us to be coming out of Africa, basically, thousands or millions of years ago, basically, because Africa at some point was flooded. And how do I know it was flooded? Because we know by Atlantis. Atlantis was in Africa, basically, and that got flooded. You know what I'm saying? So Africa was flooded at some point. And so that's your evidence and your proof. And I could give you more, and I could go into more if you want, basically. But hey, I'll leave you with that.
Okay. Okay. I see what you're trying to say. I think, for me, I think you're conflating the again timelines, because when we look at, like you said, these buildings, and they were built, for people that I think you said like these huge gigantic people and stuff. I think that we're confusing Homo sapiens sapiens with Homo sapiens and Homo erectus and stuff like that. And then I agree that these Homo erectus people traveled, were more spread out across the planet, across the globe. I think more northern in Europe and Western Asia, you had Homo erectus. I think, I'm not too sure because I don't do too much looking into this, but you have Homo erectus around the area and Homo sapiens around the area, but then modern humans, us Homo sapiens sapiens, we came along later. But you did so. If the Homo erectus was living at this time, they could have constructed buildings and made things, saying, for themselves to exist. But still, those, I think those are they still we talk about black people, African people. The only difference is that the modern humans, from what we know, Homo sapiens sapiens, evolved on the continent of Africa, and then migrated outward after after that time period. Maybe conflicted or interbreeding or stuff, whatever, with Homo erectus and Homo sapiens. But I don't think that there was a original point of saying that there was a group of people in let's say America or America, on America and the Americas, that were I would say distinct or same Homo sapiens that's equal to the Homo sapiens sapiens. I don't think that has been shown yet. Not that I know of, but I don't think that has been shown yet. That's why I was pushing back, because I understand what you're saying. I think I understand what you're getting at, because I think that you're conflating the timelines of the two groups, of the three groups: Homo erectus, Homo sapiens, and Homo sapiens sapiens. Whether or not they lived, amongst each other at the same time periods, conflicted with each other, I don't know. They could have, interbreeded with each other. I don't know. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I think somebody part, but it doesn't seem like that the people who are Homo sapiens sapiens, modern humans, were in America, that they predate the Homo sapiens, the modern Homo sapiens sapiens in Africa. You know what I'm saying? The people in Europe, the Twa people that we're talking about, the Homo sapiens sapiens, they didn't predate. They didn't come before those who were in Africa. They came afterwards, and they migrated outward and upward. That's what I'm saying, and that's what I guess modern science today. Like I said, I did a whole thing about how science is racist. We know that the judgment of scientific research can be judgmental and biased, but I think that right now the fundamental foundation is that the modern humans of Homo sapiens sapiens emerged from out of the continent of Africa and then migrated outwards to the rest of the continent, to the rest of the planet.
Yeah. What's interesting? I just want to piggyback off of both of you brothers. Number one, we have to stop being so fanatical about our community. What I mean by that is just how religious people are fanatical about religion, right? We have to stop just taking things at face value because of who the source that said it is, right? I'm not listening to my grandmother if she don't have any replicable proof behind what she's saying. That's my grandmother. I ain't listening to my father if he don't have any replicable proof behind what he's saying. How do I know that my grandmother was Blackfoot Native American? Because I got a chance to talk to her siblings. I got a chance to talk to her aunts and uncles. I got a chance to, you see what I'm saying? I got a chance to actually go into the archives. So it wasn't, oh, well, humble, just taking what they saying. No, that's not how that works. You see what I'm saying? At the end of the day, we still have to have some empiricism behind our claims if we're going to be making claims, right? So, for an example, if people are saying that America and Mesopotamia are the same place, or the Middle East are the same place, there have to be some empirical evidence behind that claim. If people are saying that the Twa people didn't originate in, you see what I'm saying, Africa, there have to be some anthropolitical evidence of what they're saying. We can't just come up here and make anything up just because we black and we love our culture and we love our ancestors. And we don't do one thing I could say about the melanated culture is we are amazing enough as we are. Right? When you go study Kemet, you don't gotta dress Kemet up and make it more special than what it is. It's already amazing for what it is. Right? When you go to the Bantu and the Twa and you go to Togo and Benin, you don't gotta dress those cultures up because they're great for what they are. You don't have to add no more spookism onto that or no more fanaticism. Right? You don't have to add no more fluff to their story. Their story is already amazing. To this place called Tartaria. Tartaria is a myth. For those who don't know, Tartaria was not a real place. The buildings that a lot of people attribute to a place called Tartaria, right? When you go do your research, you'll find out that the images of the buildings are actually the images of a constructed theme park. And it was the buildings were like a real life theme park or whatever, grand and huge. And so those buildings were actually buildings of plaster. They were quick buildings that people can build real fast and take down real fast. This is why oftentimes when people talk about Tartaria, the first thing they say is, oh, well, we see the buildings, we don't see them now because they was underground. They underground now. They sank. No. We don't see them there no more because they were prop buildings. They wasn't real buildings. So when you look into this, and also another fun fact about Tartaria, did y'all know that the Europeans, when they were finally mapping places out, they used the word Tartaria to label places they haven't explored yet? I'm going to say that again for y'all, family. They used the word Tartaria to label places they haven't fully explored yet. So it's like when we go and take this information, we gotta take this information and do our own research. We can't just take this information by hearsay because then people become religious with the information. And when you become religious with the information, I mean, if a cited source don't help correct the logistics of the fallacy of the worldview, then people can't be helped. Right? It's just like saying, yo, if I bring you the Bible and I can show you that Christ is false, and you still not going to believe, or you still not going to change your point of view or your point of reference on what your stance is in this religion, ain't no use in me bringing it to you.
All right, so Humble, let me just ask you a question, man, because you're just telling us that if your grandma say something, your daddy say something, you ain't gonna believe him. They have to bring empirical evidence. So my question to you is, what evidence will satisfy you?
Archaeological evidence.
Whose archaeological evidence are you talking about?
Whoever did the
your mommy or your daddy have to go and dig somewhere and bring you evidence before you believe them? Is that what you're saying to me?
Whoever is the expert in this field of study, I want to hear what they got to say about it. Okay. Because clearly they're the experts in the field. And so if somebody came here and they said, okay, we exploring and we find artifacts that come from Kemet in the Grand Canyon. Okay, well, let me see these artifacts that you found from Kemet in the Grand Canyon. Let me read these books that you talking about Kemet in the Grand Canyon. And then if I go and I read this stuff and I said, okay, I feel you. And then I actually go to see the Grand Canyon and I don't see nothing that this person is talking about, then it's a fraud.
All right. So as you say that, is there anything in history that they've put out there, whether it be Google, library, books, what have you, that is a fraud?
Huh? So repeat that. I apologize.
Is there anything out there in terms of books, whether it be on Google, in terms of information, basically, whether it's books, Google, what have you, that has turned out to be a fraud.
Yeah, there's a such thing as pseudo information and correct information.
Right. So again, I'm going to ask you again, what information will satisfy you?
Archaeological information.
So who's going to do that information for
The
you?
experts.
And who
That's
is the
like
expert?
for an example, right? If we sit
No,
here
no,
talking
slow
about the
down, slow down, slow down, slow down. Who are the experts?
I just wanna put it in perspective for you, brother, real fast. I'm gonna give it right back to you. If we sitting here talking about the Middle East, right, and we're talking about archaeological digs, then Frank Moore Cross would be someone that I would reference, right? Mark S. Smith would be somebody I would reference. Why would I reference them? Because they are the people that actually did the archaeological digs and found the information.
So let me just say this, my friend. If I go to my back garden and I dig up something, basically, and I put it on the internet, as people can do today, basically, it becomes part of the information. And if somebody, let's just say on this debate channel, what have you, digs it up and uses it as proof, basically, that something has happened, are you going to believe that that is some kind of archaeological evidence?
No.
Or no? Okay, so
That's not, but
why?
that's not how archaeology works though.
Okay, so then now you have to explain to me how do they get to this archaeological evidence that you're talking about for it to be
It,
sure in your mind that this is what is
it's,
so to speak.
I
Explain
got
that
you.
to
It's called peer review, right? So if I'm an archaeologist and you're an archaeologist, right? And we are both doing archaeological digs in America, right? Now, one thing we have to do is I'm going to cross-reference my information with your information to see if our information lines up. Now, let's say if you was religious and I was atheist, right? And so we here in America, and now we doing archaeological digs, right? And now we comparing our notes, and now we got the same people, we got the same languages, we got pretty much the same stuff. The only difference is you add a religious thing to your findings, and I have an organic thing to mine. Then it would come down to whose theory or whose perspective or whose study, whose body of work is more accurate.
and how do you determine that?
By cross-examining it with the actual primary evidence. So, for an
Yeah, but you're
example,
taking someone's
I'll give you an
perspective.
example. I'm gonna give you a great example, right? So, Hebrew Israelites today claim that the people over here before colonization were Hebrews. Okay, you can claim that. They also say, well, when you look at the language is a Hebraic language. Okay, you could claim that, right? But then when we actually go and do the research, just like we did with the Twa people and the Bantu people, right? When we actually go and do the research, if we don't find that information, then we know there's something wrong with the information that's being said. I don't know how people just think that, oh, well, because somebody says something is automatically true. Bro, we got our own minds. We should be able to discern information on our own. We shouldn't have to get a piece of, for an example, Tartaria, right? We should never be in a position to where as though somebody tell us something about Tartaria and we're not in a position to go research that for ourselves. Never. Like, just for an example, even earlier, right? Mansa asked you a simple question. He said, I would like to see some proof, or do you have proof that such and such is what you was talking about? You told Mansa to Google it. Yeah, it's in your face. It's, just go look it up. Everybody who know Brother Humble Mystic know I love when you tell me to go look something up because I'm going to go look it up. And so when I went to look it up, right, it didn't say, oh, well, because I'm AI, this is what I say. It didn't say that. It said archaeological and historical evidence show. That means that this evidence is not from somebody's subjective opinion. is not somebody's interpolation on the evidence and the information. It's the primary source of the evidence and the information. And so I think that's what people be missing out on.
See,
I think
I
that's
put
what
it to
people
you,
be missing out
humble, that that is your
on.
perspective. That's what you choose to believe. That's why you go with that narrative. But that is nobody's actual no actual work or actual findings of any archaeological whatever they're trying to present to you. Because I'm telling you facts. Nobody basically can come unless the man gives you that scholarship or whatever you want to call it. You can't come and say, hey, this is what I found and this is what I found. No, it's gonna, like you just said prior, I can't bring my stuff in because I'm not sponsored by the man. So if I put my stuff on there, you're not going to believe me. And you said it. And so you're going by what is sponsored, basically. And what is sponsored is not always right, basically. So you cannot just sit here and say, oh, you got to bring a source. You got to bring whose source? I'm asking you again, whose source will satisfy you? And if it satisfies you, how do you know it's going to satisfy me?
Archaeological evidence. Listen, this is the same argument. This remind me of Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? Neil deGrasse Tyson had a conversation with a gentleman who didn't believe that we went to the moon. Neil deGrasse Tyson asked this same question, right? What proof can I bring to you that would convince you that we've been to the moon? The person said photographs. Neil deGrasse Tyson went and got photographs. The brother then said, well, I don't think I can trust these photographs because they was taken by NASA. How do you ask for photographs as proof and then photographs are presented and then now you even rejecting no, that's not how that works. And so the reason I'm saying is because I'm applying the same thing here. You ask me what proof would I need for me to believe the claims that you made. I said archaeological evidence. The issue now that you have is you can't go back and find no archaeological evidence that supports your claim. That's the issue here. You see what I'm saying? It is about, if we're looking for evidence of, for an example, if a person asks me, what evidence would you need to prove that Abraham is a historical person? Right? I will explain to them, I need archaeological evidence, anthropological evidence. I need evidence that he actually interacted with other people. I need evidence that he actually wrote something down. I need evidence that he was actually a part of some type of army. I need evidence that of something that he actually did that can verify what's being spoke about him. That's what I need evidence of. And you know what a religious person to say? Oh man, that was gone years ago. We ain't got that no more, man. We can't find that. Then that's bullshit crap.
And can I
All right. Let me just say this
let me
quickly, Mansa.
Let him respond and then Hurt, you got it next, Hurt.
Thank you. You see, the question I was asking you, I think you may just went left with it because it was just a simple question, Humble. I asked you basically what evidence would satisfy you. The reason why I asked you that is because if you said, okay, A. Smith, he is an expert at what archaeologist, what have you, basically, then we're going to look at A. Smith. And then we're going to ask ourselves, what did A. Smith study to make him the expert? And when you go and you look at what A. Smith studied, you get to find out that it has nothing to do with finding any kind of archaeological evidence, if you understand what I'm saying. A. Smith was in a classroom. Hold on. A. Smith was in a classroom, you know what I mean, answering questions, 4 questions, you know, A, B, C, and D. Choose one. That's what A. Smith was doing. He weren't doing no archaeological findings, my brother. But just because they put some kind of A, B, C, D in front of his name or behind his name, you say A. Smith is qualified. I say A. Smith is a fraud. That's what I tell you, because A. Smith can't prove to me that whatever he's saying, he went and found it. And nor can you.
But
So
then that
you
would
can
then
go ahead
you
and
would
believe
have
in
to
A.
provide
Smith.
evidence for
Hold on.
that. You just can't say he a
You
fraud.
can go ahead and believe in A. Smith, but I don't. I'm using but the evidence that is around me, and that's why I say the Tartarian wars and the buildings. You say it's myth. How can that be myth when it's right in front of you?
Go. I'm gonna answer your question next, Kojo. I'm gonna let Master Hurt get in here real fast. I'm gonna get back to you. Okay, go ahead, Master
No.
Hurt.
Um, so I want to say that I think that I believe. I mean, I wouldn't. I'm not pushing back on the fact that you were saying that your elders, your grandparents, saying saying your ancestors, they say they tell you that your people migrated into this area into Africa. Um, that's not what I was pushing back on because actually, Professor James Smalls had talked about that. He had talked about the stories of the Yoruba and the Igbo. I mean the Yoruba, yeah, the Yoruba and the Igbo and the Airway and Hausa people talked about them migrating from the east, into interior of the continent. They came from the Levant area, and they migrated in once these Amu people, these Aryans, came down, over the centuries, and they migrated into that area now, what they call Nigeria and um, Benin and stuff like that. These people, migrated into that area. There are stories being told about that, and he talks about that. Um, for specific references, for the works of where he read it from, I would definitely, I think I would, next time, I'm, because he's always on YouTube. So next time I see him, I'll ask him, where he got that material from. But I don't get no pushback on that because I've heard that. But to say that, I think that to try to map that as the people of the planet, the Homo sapiens sapiens of the planet migrated into Africa instead of migrating out of Africa from the beginning as the origin. I think that is where the conflict is at. You know what I'm saying? Because I think I think it definitely we would have to show that the Homo sapiens sapiens, you would have to show skeleton, bones and stuff that date back further than those that we find in the continent. You know what I'm saying? I think that's where the conflict is at. You know what I'm saying? But I don't push back because I've heard those stories before. You know what I'm saying? That people, the Igbo and the Yoruba, the Airway, the Hausas, people, they migrated. They did do a migration over centuries from the east out of Africa into Africa. So I've heard that before. But what I'm saying, that's what I think, like I said, I think that, to show that, what's that, 300, 400,000 years, Homo sapiens sapiens, when they came, we got to show that, those skeleton bones we could find outside of the continent. And I don't know anybody who has done that work and proven that. And, I agree. I mean, and then again, like I said from the beginning, I agree with, because you're saying that who are you getting this information from? And we always got to question who we getting this information from. And me being a person, being a person who, I guess, I got a degree in science. Like, I take what the Europeans have to say with a grain of salt until, I thoroughly, look through it. Be like, okay, these people, okay, all right, maybe this is valid. Because we know that they lie. I mean, it's too much. It's too much evidence that they lied, and they lied in history. We got way too much.
Let me just sorry, man.
And
Let me just say this though. You see, what you're saying there is actually you're on the right path because you mentioned Professor Smalls, and that's the perfect person you can learn from, basically, because this man has done it. He's been over in Africa. He's talked to the people. He's been to tribes, not just one tribe, many tribes. So when he speaks, this is a man that you have to listen because in the diaspora, which is the America, the Caribbean, and the UK, we don't have people who in today, I'm saying, not many have gone out there. If there are, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to leave you out, but I haven't heard of many that, like Professor Smalls, that have been out there and have gathered information on the people that are his people, and he knows. I mean, he can't have everything, but I'm saying to you that he has a great deal of information, and you're on the right track. When you spoke, when you mentioned his name, I was very pleased, because I know that I'm speaking to people who are connected, but are just a bit conflicted with the European, would you
Yeah,
call
yeah, yeah.
it, yeah, with the European information, because it's been bombarded to us for years and years and years and years. And listen, I left school years and years ago. I'm not about to go back to school. I'm about looking for truth and self. You know what I'm saying? Not being in a school trying to learn European information that they've set, the system have set, because all these scholars that you guys are quoting, they're not your words. You're not feeling anything. You're just quoting people, basically. There's nothing in that. You have to feel where you are, look at where you are. And when I look at these buildings again, I'm gonna quote these buildings, because these buildings are the landmark. These buildings are the key for us to waking up. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying to you. Don't look past these buildings, because they're there for a reason. That's the key for us to waking up,
Yeah,
to
yeah,
understanding, yo, where are we coming from? You understand what I'm saying? And who are we? You know, so yeah, humble. I'm gonna leave it with you, and yeah, let you carry on.
yeah, definitely, definitely. I,
Right.
I think that, I mean, for me, I personally, I think that the history has been, I mean, we already know that history has been distorted by the Europeans, they, to their advantage. But we just don't realize how much, what I'm saying. I think a lot of our elders focus on the anthropology and archaeology, and it's been proven, and they've been trying to, showing that, what I'm saying, the research that the Europeans have done has been falsified. They've been lying about a lot of stuff. So for me, my research, what I do is, like, I've been looking at the science and the mathematics, and what I've realized is that, they've been lying about, the math and the science of what African people know and knew, what I'm saying, before contact with the Europeans. And that's one thing that I've been looking into, and I'm trying to show and trying to prove, because, because they have painted the narrative over the centuries, over the years, through the movies and television and stuff, how of this, of civilization and stuff. It started in Africa. You got, quote unquote proto science that started in Africa, but it didn't really get advanced and developed until it went into Europe. And that narrative, to me, is a distortion and an incorrect distortion of the truth of how African people, Black people, understood the advanced mathematics, understood the reality and the universe that we live in. And I'm saying that is another distortion that they've been lying about, and they've been keeping away from us. What I'm saying, from my perspective, from my research. But definitely, I think we definitely got to question. We got to question it. Like, we can't just can't take their words on it, because we know they, to me, they've lied too many times for us just to take their word. You know what I'm saying? Too many times.
Mm-hmm.
So
It's interesting, Professor Herc and Brother Kojo, that y'all talked about Professor James Smalls. Love me some Professor James Smalls. Listen to him all the time. The interesting thing is, right, we have to make sure when we speaking, even if we come up with our own things, right, and the people that we, hold in favor, don't necessarily say what we say, but we have to make sure when we're making claims of things of that nature that they align with what the people that we hold in endearment actually say. Like, for instance, if we value the opinions and teachings of Professor James Smalls, then we should value the teachings that African people was the original people on the planet. You see what I'm saying? We can't value Professor James Smalls that didn't say, well, the Tweed people didn't originate in Africa, they came into Africa. You cutting Professor James Small's head off. You see what I'm saying? So we gotta make sure when we're speaking about the people in this field that we revere and we listen to, we gotta make sure we listening to them closely, and we gotta make sure we keeping their teachings in context, even if we don't agree with their teachings. We gotta make sure we keeping their teachings in context, because we don't want to mistakenly destroy the very foundation that we're trying to build by bringing in our own ideologies and our own philosophical frameworks. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I would say on that notion. Like, we really have to be careful with the claims we make, and then with the teachers that we proclaim to be the people that we revere and look up to. You see what I'm saying? Because I promise you, Kojo, if Professor James Small was on his panel and he heard you say what he said, what you said, y'all will be getting into it.
You know, it's I mean, it's cool. I mean, look. Let me just say this. I've heard Professor Small speak on Sanetta's channel, basically a few times, not just once, twice, a few times. And yeah, I know his ideology, so I disagree with what you're saying, that we'll get into it, because he has a good knowledge of the African people, and the way that we live, one, and two, where we're coming from. He's a man I hold in high regard because he's been there, and he knows the tribes, he knows the people, basically. I mean, he won't know everything, you know what I'm saying, but he knows a great deal, which a lot of Americans, like I said, UK, the West Caribbean, can learn from, because most of what you guys know is nothing compared to what he knows, and he's been there firsthand experience. You know what I'm saying? And when you always say we've got to line it up with what? With who? You're used to this European thing, and that's what you keep going back to. We got to line it up with their opinion. No, we ain't got to line it up with nothing. We're lining up with ourselves, and trying to remember who we are. Are we going to rely on somebody to tell us who we are? No, we got to find out for ourselves. So we're not lining up nothing. We know who we are, and we know that we are the same people, basically. I mean, it was proven with the slave trade, and I can go back to the Indios and the India thing that you guys be speaking about, Cosmon and or some other dudes that speak about that OTK and the Indian thing. Listen, it's there. You just have to piece it together. You just have to piece it together. And
But don't you
people like,
don't you think Diop and Obinga and, you know what I'm saying, Rashidi, they did line that up, you know what I'm saying, that type of work up to show us, you know what I'm saying, that information?
listen, I don't know where they're getting their information from, but it's not with the African people, that's for sure. They're going by books and what other scholars, so to speak, have written.
You
They've
don't
never
know
gone.
about Theophilo Benga?
I'm sorry.
You don't know about Theophilo Benga? You think, time out, you think just Professor James Small's been on the continent?
No, I mean, look, let me just say this. Benga never went to all the places that Professor Smalls went to. That's first and foremost. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know
Do,
what information.
do
I
you
mean,
know
I
how
know.
close Theophilo Benga and James Small? You what?
You know,
Let me just say.
Abinga is from the Congo. Abinga is from the Congo. Diop is from Senegal. You know, they traveled
Yeah,
throughout
but
Africa.
these guys were more so on Kemet. You see, the thing with Professor Smalls is that yes, he was leaning towards Kemet because these other guys were pointing in that direction. But when he actually went into the continent, he had a different kind of ideology, which was kind of like Malcolm X going to Mecca. You know what I'm saying, and getting some kind of a different kind of or a slightly different ideology, and that's why I say that Professor Smalls, in my opinion, you know what I mean, from what I've heard him speak, yeah, he's more an African. He speaks more for Africans than a Benga or even a Diop, because these are all Commissions, and Kemet is not African. Again, like I pointed out to you, Kemet was in America. It wasn't in Africa.
Nah, bro.
So
Nah, nah.
Hey, that's a real fast, y'all. Hey, Kojo, that's something that me and you could set up one day. We'll get on that, and then we'll talk to A1 and we'll try to set that up. Egypt is in America. That is wild, family. Go ahead, Kojo. I just wanted to let you know that we're gonna get together sometime probably this week if you're available. Wednesdays, well, it's already Wednesday, so by time Friday or Saturday we could get together and we could set something up.
yeah, man. I mean, listen, whenever you guys go live, yeah, man, I'll be there and I'll jump on, and yeah, we can make something happen. But again, like I said, if you're gonna speak with me and you're gonna say, "Oh, you got to source up" and all these type of things, the sourcing up is I don't do another man's would you call it doctrine, so to speak. I don't follow people's doctrine. When I source up, I'm sourcing up people that actually know stuff. I.e., like I just Mansa,
Mhm.
he was the first one to mention Professor James Small's name. So I give him the credit for that, you know what I mean, mentioning Professor Small's name and people like that. That's who, you know what I mean, are people that I'm willing to listen to because they have first-hand information. When I say first-hand, they're not just concentrating on Kemet, they're just concentrating on Africa, as in sub-Saharan Africa going up, you know what I mean? And yeah, I land there.
Right. And so I'm gonna get to you, Vika. I just want to respond to this really fast, and I'm gonna get to you, brother Vika. Um, so I want to speak to the point really fast. Why back in the day, in the days of Clark and Dr. Ben, they spoke to Kemet so highly. They focus on Kemet so highly because their goal was to correct the misinformation that the Egyptologist was putting out at that time. See what I'm saying? So this is why when we see back in the 1960s and 50s, we see people like Dr. Clark actually debating European Egyptologists because it is not so much, well, we just want to bring up our own theology and we just want to sway the people. No, it's, yo, these people are corrupting our children. And we have to step in and teach our people before they keep corrupting. Now, like, we got to step in and we got to finally do something about this. Just like Brother Mansa Hurt was saying about the educational system. That was their whole ideal, was to re-educate our people so we won't be susceptible to all of the misinformation coming out by Egyptologists and anthropologists with agendas and things of that nature. You see what I'm saying? So I do feel like it's important to listen to these people. I think there's many people besides Professor James Smalls. He's most definitely up there on my list. But we also got brothers like Ashwar Kwesi, brothers like Brother Jabari. You see what I'm saying? So we got some people that been over there teaching, and not just in Kemet, by the way, but all over the motherland of Africa. You see what I'm saying? And the interesting part is no archaeologists disagree with what they say. When we talk about people like Ashwar Kwesi, right, doing his tours, he put the tour guide in the back. This is my tour. I'm doing this. And the tour guide never disagreed with what Ashwar Kwesi say. Not because, oh, well, it's his tour, so let me just but because Ashwar Kwesi is correct. You see what I'm saying? So, again, if we're going to follow these teachers, we got to make sure we understand what their teachings are. So then when we come up with our own ideologies and thoughts and, hypotheses, we won't be damaging the very elders we hold in high regards. You feel me? Brother Vicar, what's up, Brother Vicar? How you doing?
Hey, peace, man. I appreciate you bringing me up on the panel. I don't know if you can hear me or not.
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Hey, yes, sir. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the channel. You know what I'm saying? Peace and love always, because I know that's the motivator. I'm just listening in.
Okay,
trying to
okay.
grasp what's going on. That's it.
Most definitely. If I can just give you a little rundown, we went over the Theosophical Foundation, Madame Blavatsky, and the spiritualism, 19th century Victorian spiritualists. We went over the Owaski Bible a little bit more, right? And we just debunked people coming trying to say that they're not a part of a religion, but they rock with science, but clearly their book talks all about religion. We moved into is Africa, is America the Middle East, or is America Kemet? Then from there we moved into Tartaria, and if Tartaria was a real place or if it was a myth. And then from there we moved into were the Twa people originally from Africa, or did they migrate into Africa? And so those are some of the topics that we covered before you hopped up, Vika. Any of those topics would you like to speak to?
I'm in the wind like y'all. I'm just gonna be honest about it, like for real. You know, I like Tartaria, cause I mean, like, what do people say Tartaria? You know, what I'm saying, like, let me rephrase that. Like, what was the position of Tartaria? If anybody know.
Yeah. So in the 17th century,
Mm.
Europeans used the word Tartaria to describe places that they didn't explore. Later on, because these maps had the name Tartaria, later people then assumed that this place, this thing called Tartaria, was a real place, and they started creating ideologies and worldviews off of this Tartaria, saying it was an ancient race of people, saying that they was intellectually, like, they were basically aliens, right? A very advanced group of extraterrestrials or ancient civilizations that had the technology that we still don't have today. That's the claim of Tartaria. Um, but when you actually get into what Tartaria was and how did it come about, and you find out it was a big old hoax. You find out it wasn't nothing special about it. It wasn't no ancient race of people out here that had super advanced technology from some aliens, and you don't find none of that. They like to point out that oh well, they built megalithic structures, and where the megalithic structures at now? Yeah, those are called quick buildings, right? There's a lot of pictures
Right.
surfacing around the internet that when you look up Tartaria, you'll find just big immaculate buildings, but then you'll find out that those big immaculate buildings are nothing but plaster. You see what I'm
Uh-huh.
saying? They were prop buildings, and
Facts.
so
Because
that's
most
how
buildings
they
built
were able
today
to be
like
built
that.
so fast and taken down so fast.
Hmm. Facts.
Hey, are you guys serious or what? Are you really serious? Because
That's
listen,
facts.
you
Now,
guys
if I
must be
go
some
look
type
this
of
up,
robots walking around town. I believe you are, because if you don't see no buildings and you're telling me they're plasterboards and they're still out there, even if you go Switzerland, they've got granite buildings. You're telling me that's plasterboard? Well, all right, carry on.
Humble missed it right, bro. Because using the rationale of today modern building, you tell me what the building's made of.
Listen, let me just break something down, because Hubble gave you a totally incorrect explanation about Tartaria. You know what I mean? And listen, you can Google it all you want. It's not going to trump what I'm going to tell you right now. And I'm going
Okay.
to say Tartaria was an empire basically by itself. You know what I mean? And they were significantly bigger than us. Basically, they were. I don't want to use the word giants, but they were bigger than us, and they built structures out here that are still evident today in our society, basically, that we see, and they've turned into cathedrals, castles, and so on and so forth. And also, there was giant trees that they've cut down, basically, and there's tree stumps which now we call mountains and stuff like that. The evidence is right there. I mean, look, you can if you're really savvy, you can Google it and it will tell you. But if you're kind of like a joke or the joke thing, then yeah, you do what Humble's doing and give you a general, lie to you and send you on your way happily. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's up to you. It's up to you what you want.
Not to
If you
cut
want
you off.
truth,
Not to cut you
yeah,
off, sir.
go ahead.
Can I make a comment on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, so I know what this is. You know what I'm saying? I see everything.
Cutting in and out. Oh, there you go, bro. You was cutting in and out.
Yeah, my bad. I talk slow, bro. I'm
You
Alabamian.
good.
So these structures, these mountains, these mounds, have anybody found a bed in that bitch? You feel what I'm saying? Has anybody ever found a mattress or some type of sleeping apparatus in there? Like, let's be
Hey,
real.
Humble, I'll let you deal with this dude here because he's not on a level where we can actually communicate. He's on some
With that
bullshit.
same Vicar.
You think
So go
so?
ahead and
Pseudo archaeology.
his bullshit is coming. I can smell it a mile away.
Hey,
Don't worry,
you can
it's gonna
smell
follow
it.
soon.
You can smell it.
He
You
says
can
a
smell it. I'll
motherfucking
hush.
bed, and it's go ahead.
Explain
Talk
to me then. I'll hush.
Go ahead
Really
and
Explain
fast,
that.
really
Explain
fast,
that
y'all.
shit.
Hold on
You ain't
one second. One mic,
You ain't got
really
nothing
fast,
else to
y'all.
say. So
Let
talk
me
your
explain
shit and
something
get on.
really fast. Hold on, Kojo. Let me explain something really fast. I'll let y'all get back in there. Hey, I want y'all to be aware of y'all decorum, y'all language. We have been getting flagged
Yes,
a
sir.
couple times, so we just want to make sure that hey, look, no offensive language. I don't mind y'all cussing once or twice here and there, but no overdoing it. You know what I'm saying? So let's keep the decorum
Hey,
high.
the dude
We
is
want to
from
put that out there.
Alabama, man. He's an Alabama gangster. Let him roll, man. Roll.
Facts. Before y'all get it in,
Hey,
though,
I
I
let
do
you
want to
speak
read
first, sir.
this. I do want to read this, and then I'm gonna introduce the newcomers to the panel. So again, y'all heard Kojo tell Vicar to do his research. Did he not, Vicar? Didn't he tell you to Google it?
Yes, sir. He told me to Google
Now,
it.
when I Google it, right, he gonna try to say he don't want this information because it don't align with what he say. This be the issue. Oh, I don't take that information, but what I'm saying is true. But how do we know if what you're saying is true if when we go research it, we don't find the information? So where do you get this information from? We about to read this.
Exactly.
The term, what is Tartaria? The term Tartaria or Tartary has two entirely different meanings: a historical geographic placeholder used by Europeans for centuries, and a modern internet conspiracy theory. What did they call it, Vicar? A conspiracy theory. I didn't call it this. This is what they
That
call
shit
it.
conspiracy though. I ain't
Right?
gonna cap.
About a lost global civilization. Isn't this what Kojo is talking about? A lost global civilization? Come on, now. We come on now. Let's get into this. The historical definition, geography. For hundreds of years, from the medieval period up to the 19th century, Tartary was a blanket term used by Europeans to describe vast, largely unexplored lands. Didn't I say that before I researched this? Didn't I say that before I researched this?
That's a fact though.
Come on. So it's very
And I ain't
easy to
even had
see
to say
who's right
nothing.
and who's wrong in these type of situations when we're talking about these topics. It's very easy to see who's studied in these fields and who's not studied in these fields. Now let's get into it. Let's keep getting into it, right?
Hey, not to cut you
Unexplored
off, sir.
expanse of
Not to cut you
Central
off, sir.
Asia and Siberia, stretching from Ural Mountains to the Pacific Ocean. Origin of the name: Europeans derived the name from Tartarus, a coalition of nomadic people who rode with the Mongol Empire. They often add an extra R, linking it to Tartarius, the Greek word for hell. What? So you telling me that you believe a place exists that the Greeks later came and then they linked it to the Greek word for hell? So Tartarus is hell. That's what
Hey,
Tartaria
hey,
is.
hey,
It's
humble.
hell.
Hey, humble, mister. Let me chime in. About 10 seconds, no more.
Go ahead, Brody. You good?
So Christopher Columbus said he explored uncharted territory. Bam. I'm just saying. So
There
humble,
you
right?
go. There you go. Watch this.
All right.
Watch
So
this.
let me humble before you go.
Hold on one
Let
second.
me
I
just
got you.
chop
I
that.
got you. I'm gonna let you get it in. I'm gonna let you get it in.
Okay.
Right. I
All
just
right.
I just wanna put this in perspective for the family. Right.
Yeah.
The modern conspiracy theory, pseudo archaeology. What did I say to him, Herc, when Kojo asked me, what is sufficient evidence for you to believe it? What did I say, Herc? I said archaeology, right? So why would I believe in something that is considered pseudo archaeology? That don't even what? Let's read this. In recent years, Tartaria has become the focus of a viral internet conspiracy theory, often described as the Q. Hey, yo, that's funny. The QAnon of architecture. Proponent claimed that Tartaria was not a geographic region, but rather a lost, technologically advanced global empire. Didn't Kojo just say that? That has been internationally erased from the history books. Literally what Kojo just said. So while I'm telling y'all the history, Kojo is telling y'all the pseudo archaeology. Now I want the family to use their brains. Y'all family, y'all said y'all thinkers, right? Y'all use your own minds, right? So if you use your own minds, let me ask you this. Are you willing to believe actual archaeology or pseudo archaeology? That's up to y'all. I'm gonna leave that there for y'all to figure that out, right? And so we understand that this is pseudo archaeology. We understand this is not real. This is a myth. A myth. Look, I'm not making this up. Read it. While Tartaria is a real word found in antique maps denote in Central Asia and Siberia, the modern idea of Tartarian Empire is a baseless pseudo-historical myth born from the misunderstanding of historical category and standard archaeological history. This is what this is. I'm not saying this. This is what you find when you look it up. Vicar, you can look this up. Massa, you can look this up. Kojo can even go and look this up. This is what y'all are going to find. So now it leaves people. This is why I just said we have to be careful.
You're going too long, man. You're going too long.
All right, hold on one second. I got you. I'm landing my plane here. This is why I say we have to be careful when we hold on. I also got to address that. I'm gonna address this and then I'm gonna address that. So this is why I say we have to be careful when we're making these kind of claims, because people can go and do their research and then come back and know that you're full of BS. That's number one. Number two, family, we have been having a little bit of issues with the authorities of the panels, right? We have to keep reminding people that these shows that we're producing is our shows. We love y'all. We love y'all engagement, right? But the reason we put these shows on is so, first and foremost, we can talk to the people, and then we can have other brothers and sisters come up here and talk to the people. I got y'all. I'm gonna let y'all get it in. I just want to make sure the point that I'm making is getting across to the people. You see what I'm saying? So with that, I'm gonna land with that. I'm gonna introduce the rest of the people that came up here. What's up, Max? How you doing, Max? Talk to us, brother.
What up with you, Humble? How's it going, panel? I'm doing all right, man. I'm doing all right. Thanks for asking. I just came up here to back up all of what Kojo was saying. I just want him to know not everybody. I feel like we have a bad representation of how Americans think, and I do not just Google something, and because Google says it, that's what the facts are. Like I believe in Tartaria and what the conspiracy theorists say. Conspiracy theorists being a term that the CIA invented, by the way, to throw you off the scent. But it just makes like you said, somebody mentioned how Columbus said that he went to explore uncharted territory. They said they referred to Tartaria as Colombo, whoever, and they referred to Tartaria as uncharted territory. And the Chicago fires, those buildings, they weren't plaster buildings, because they still have some of the structures that were built then all throughout America. The Tartarian fight, the buildings and all that, there's all throughout America
right now.
they're still there. They weren't temporary buildings. They were buildings that were built to last, but they were all burnt down.
One mic.
Yeah, they were all burnt down in fires throughout the late 1800s and early 1900s, and that's all researchable. And like that's all I wanted. I just wanted to back up Kojo and let him know, like we not all just out here brainwashed by what the algorithm says.
Most definitely. Let's move on to Brother J Snakes. We appreciate you, Brother Max. Please stick around. Continue giving your input.
Absolutely.
I appreciate your engagement in the comments, brother. What's up, Brother J Snakes? What's up? What you talk to us, brother?
What's good, humble? I came in kind of late, bro, so I can't be like.
So I'm gonna catch you up on a conversation real quick. It ain't gonna be too long.
All right, good.
We started off talking about rehashing the 19th century Victorian spiritualist age in America. We got back into the Owaspy a little bit, exposing how it's really a religion.
Right.
From there we went into architecture. We went into did the Twa people actually enter Africa, or did they originate in Africa? From there we went into Tartaria, and if Tartaria was a myth or if it was something that actually happened. And hey, that's where we at right now with it.
Okay, I'm familiar with everything you just said, except for the tarts. I'm gonna have to look up the Tartaria. I'm not familiar with that, so yeah. I'm gonna just back out. I'm gonna be up on the panel, but I'm gonna just pretty much mute out because, like I said, I wasn't here for most of it, so I can't give too much pushback or feedback and shit. So you know what I mean?
Got you.
I'm gonna mute out until I have something to say. You feel me?
You know I appreciate you, Jay Snakes. Thank you so much for coming on the panel. And I appreciate your engagement in the comments, Brody.
Peace, Jay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brother Vicar. You got the floor, Brody, and then we going to Kojo.
Should I respond to what he said or just my own thought though?
You can say whatever you want to say, bro. Say whatever you want to say. You got the floor.
Say what you have to say. Your own thoughts are not just completely invalid. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing wrong with giving your own thoughts. People act like that's a fallacy. That is not a fallacy. Mm-hmm. Because you could have studied, read some shit, and you come up with your own thoughts. That is not a fallacy at all. You know what I'm saying? All you have to do is say, yo, I'm getting this information because I'm developing this from what I've. Nothing wrong with your own thoughts. Go ahead. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
That's fact.
You wise. You wise, bro. What it is? Mansa Hercules. Yo, that's right.
That's all the hurt right there.
I agree with that. Like 100. Forget about the religious stigmatism. I agree with what you just said right there. For real.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But the whole Tartaria thing, just like Humble Mystic was explaining, it basically was uncharted territory, bro. Like, what did Tartaria even mean? You can't just say a term and don't even know what it means, bro. Like, what the hell?
That's a fact. That's a fact.
And I'm gonna fall back because that's all I really want to say.
That's
like, people want to say Tartaria.
Go do your research. Go do your own due diligence. You see what I'm saying? See, that's why I don't never mind screen sharing and bringing up the information. The issue is, and this is why I like other people to bring up information. Because the issue is when I start bringing up information, people start thinking I'm lying. They start, I don't trust that. You look that up. You da-da-da. You're right. So now you go look it up. to see if we get some. See, people don't understand how this work. I don't get to say something, and then Hurt get to say something, and we both get to say we both right. That ain't how this work. If me and Master Hurt having a conversation about if the Kemetic people actually traveled through the let's for an example, let's just say me and Elder Hurt was having a conversation about the Kemetic people traveling through the Grand Canyon, right? I'm saying that they did, Master Hurt saying they didn't, right? And we going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And then suddenly we stop and we say, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna look it up. When we look it up, only one of us is gonna be right. We both not gonna be right. That's the important part of gathering information. Go ahead.
Let me expound on that. Let me expound on what you just said, because you did a whole Google thing, and for me, I keep on telling you, brother, all what you're doing is gymnastics. Let me just prove that to you. When you Google the Great Wall of China, hold on, let me prove that to you. When you Google the Great Wall of China, it will tell you that the Chinese built that wall. But then, if you're actually on the wall, you will actually see that the wall was not built by the Chinese, because the wall is actually facing China. So the people that built the wall built the wall as protection against China. But your Google will tell you that China built the wall, and we all know China did not build the wall. So again, this is proof that all what you're doing and all your information is just biased, basically. So we've cancelled you out. You can't speak again because you just going by what the man said, and we're not going with the man.
Brother, hold up. Wait, hold up.
Real quick sidebar: Tartaria isn't a term; it's a civilization, like Atlantis. That's just a quick sidebar. Because my boy said you can't just say terms and you don't know what it means. It's a civilization.
All right, let me say this about the war.
I think you're telling Humble that. You're not telling me that. You're telling Humble.
No, I was telling that to the brother who said you can't just say terms and you don't know what they mean. Tartaria isn't a term; it's a civilization.
Yes, sir.
Like Atlantis.
Yes,
so
sir.
the thing with the Chinese, with the China wall, here's the thing: is that the people of that time, when they built the wall, I think I could be wrong, but I believe that it was a protection against the I want to say Mongolians, or I don't know. It was another set of group of people who lived in that region. Then they built the wall against. And today, the reason that they call it the China Wall is because now all of those people are considered Chinese, even though they're not considered. Even though you can go to the Hung in the West China, you go to parts of Western China, and these guys are they're strictly Muslims, and you would think that this is not China at all, but they all considered Chinese. Because they dominated and put. I think I don't want to say which. I'm not even going to try to say which dynasty, but they put their stamp on it and said, "Listen, we're all Chinese." Mandarin is going to be the official language for the whole area, for this whole region. So that's why. Brother, you was correct. You're correct, but then it's like smaller the nuances where you're trying to catch people, the debate tactics is like what the Owaspi guys, it's like smaller the nuances that they put in, they talk about, this vortex, in space and stuff.
Exactly.
Space is not a freaking vortex. It don't move in it. But scientifically, when you get into it, you could kind of say that it moves in a vortex way. You basically could say that, but definition wise, what I'm saying? So it's like it's just smaller the nuances that you put on it, that where the wall was built, not by Chinese people. You're correct. I'm just saying, wait, hold up. I'm just saying you're correct. It was not built by the people who call themselves Chinese.
Right.
But today, today you would just call them Chinese people. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on. If they're not Chinese, You can't call them today Chinese, brother. They're either
Oh, he don't
Chinese or
understand
they're
the
not Chinese.
evolution
I
of
Hold
mean,
on.
like
culture.
if you go, but the thing is, if you go up to them and ask them, how do you identify yourself? They're not gonna say, I'm,
Hold
you
on.
know what I'm saying?
Hold on.
I'm not Chinese.
Brother, those were not the same people. That's the point. But the point of me saying that is that Google will tell you something that is not. That is the point, the whole point of me mentioning the Great Wall of China. So don't get lost within the Chinese and the people and all of that kind of stuff. No, the point here is that Google will tell you something that is not, like what Humble will swear his life and his whole belongings on, and it will turn out to be false. That's the point I'm trying to make.
All I care about the
Okay.
Great Wall, or was it built by slaves or masons?
So we about to research.
Facts.
We about to research who built the Great Wall of China.
No, I think
The Great Wall of China was not built by a single ruler or dynasty. Rather, it was constructed, rebuilt, and expanded over more than 2 millennia. See, he won't tell you that. He have you believing that only one particular group of people built the Great Wall. But he won't tell you that it wasn't built by one single ruler or dynasty. Rather, it was constructed, rebuilt, and expanded over more than 2 millennia. He won't tell you that. What you just say, Herc, is because they leave out the small nuances. See, the way he was explaining it here have you thinking that, oh, one group of people built this wall. But in reality, a myriad of group of dynasties and rulers implemented the structure of this wall. Let's get into it, y'all. The early walls. Warning states, Brother Hurt, you was right. Before China was unified, let me read that again. Before China was unified, let me read that again. Before China was unified, Hojo, various independent feudal states such as Ku, Qi, Yin, Zhao, and Qin built individual defense walls along their northern borders to protect themselves from nomadic tribes and rival states. Exactly what you just said, Master Hurt. Right? The first emperor, Qin dynasty, 21221 to 206 BCE. Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of the unified China. What did it say, Herc? Unified China. The contribution. After unifying the country, he ordered the destruction of the internal state walls and connected the northern frontier walls to create a unified defense system along the Shao nomads and the earliest larger scale version of the Great Wall. After unifying. So see, he don't add that part. See, so when you talk about these things and you leave out those kind of nuances, and then you sit up here and say, well, the Chinese people didn't build the Great Wall of China. And then you find out, well, the first emperor after unifying the country of China, right? Then he actually made more frontiers towards the wall. The expansion, the Han Dynasty, right? Contribution. The Han Dynasty significantly extended the wall far into the Gobi Desert to protect trade routes like the Silk Road and secure the frontier. So the Han Dynasty had a contribution. Hold on one second. We got this. The famous stone and brick wall. The Ming Dynasty. The contribution. The vast majority of the famous, well-preserved stone and brick wall that people visit today, not 1,000 years ago, not 10,000 years ago, but today, such as the sections near Beijing, like the Bahaling and the Matuau, was built during the Ming Dynasty. They reinforced the earlier reframed earth structures with millions of brick stones and watchtowers. This was built in when they were called Chinese. China. What is he talking about? The Chinese didn't build the Great Wall of China. Now, Master Herc, what did I read that disagreed with you?
And that's it's I mean, everything that you just said was like, yeah, what I said. And for me, listen, I'm gonna tell you the only reason I knew this because I took Chinese in high school. You know what I'm saying? That's the only reason, because I didn't want to do French. I didn't want to do
In high school.
Spanish. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to do German. I was like, yo, them the slave. I'm like, yo, them the slave languages, yo. I don't want to learn that. And because I was in California. I was in California. I was in Galileo High School, and I asked him. I said, anything else? And the guy told me, he said, you can take Chinese. And I said, shit, I'll do it. And I was the only black kid.
California ain't even nowhere near.
Yeah, I was
China.
the only black kid in the classroom, yo. And I learned, you know what I'm saying? I just learned about, the culture, the history and stuff, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's the only reason I kind of understand, you know what I'm saying, the history of China, because of that experience that I had.
The Chinese were slaves here too. Had them on them
Hey,
railroad
I
rails
just
like
say
they had
that.
niggas on cotton.
Yeah,
I'm
you can
calling
say that.
cap.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna say this.
I'm
Yeah,
calling
that,
cap.
listen, you guys have missed the whole point, and the whole point that Google's not telling you is that the wall, when you actually go there, is facing
Facts.
China. In other words, that the people who built that wall were fighting against China, and that's where you fail to, or Google fails to give you the information, the right information. So all that you read was just a waste of breath.
Yeah, and Kojo, I ain't even gonna lie. I was gonna say it's not even what you might as well just concede that point, because all of the fact checking is gonna be through Google, and like
I
it's just
understand.
gonna say everything against what the actual facts are,
Nobody,
and like
no, wait, hold on. Nobody's denying the fact that these people were defending themselves against another group of people. I think that what we're trying to show is that at the time when they built the wall, that you had a group of people that distinguished themselves against another group of people. But once as he showed that the Qing dynasty took over, they took over the entire land, and they classified everybody as Chinese. You know what I'm saying?
But
So
that doesn't
but
mean that Chinese
yeah,
built the wall. That's the point, brother.
yeah, but look,
Hey,
Kojo, that's what I'm
no
saying. That's what I'm
disrespect.
saying.
No disrespect.
You should concede the Chinese
No
point, because
disrespect.
because we'll get into who actually built the wall, and that's not even your point. Your point was the fact that Google can give you misinformation. That's the point. And
Thank you
when
very
you
much.
dig into the whole when you dig in the whole China wall thing, you'll go on endlessly about it, right? I say
Oh,
we
okay,
should steer it back towards the
Did
Tartaria,
slaves build it or the
because
Masons?
there's more facts on Google that you could extract from Google as proofs of Tartaria's existence, but Google's bias.
okay.
Going the China
Right. I
wall
mean,
route is going to get real, it ain't real things, concrete things you could say to
Hey,
prove your point. Because your point with the China thing is that it was facing China, meaning whoever built it, it wasn't China building it to keep
exactly,
people out.
exactly,
That's the point.
exactly.
That's the point.
Yes.
That's the
I
point. But
just
but then
I just want to
that
know,
opens the
did the
door to getting
slaves
into
build
who
it
really built it,
or the
and that's not even
Masons?
the point.
Yeah,
But it
because
opens the door to that.
the question would be
The
that
slaves of that
Was
century,
China
bro. Who
founded?
built the wall?
Was a nation of China, Zhongguai? Was it founded at that time when they built it? That would be another question. You know what I'm saying? But yeah,
Do you
I
see what I'm saying, Kojo?
yeah,
By the
yeah.
Yeah,
question he just
I agree
asked, do
with you.
you get my point?
Yeah,
The
I get your
point,
point.
the
I get
point
your
you're
point.
making is China didn't build the wall to protect themselves. People built the wall to protect themselves against China. But making that point opens the door to, well, who really built it? And that's not even the point. But we'll be discussing who really built it for hours, and that's not the
Right,
point at all.
right,
So we should just
right.
steer away from it.
I got
I
you. I got you.
mean,
I got you.
to
But the
make it
point is, we're
simple,
trying to prove Google is not
did the
accurate.
slave
Simple. Yeah.
did slaves build that wall, or was it skilled architects like masons that built that wall? That's what I want to know. Did the
Right.
conquered
See,
people
again,
build that? Did the
hold on.
conquered people
Again,
build that wall, or did mason architects built that wall?
again, I will answer
You
your
see?
question a yes and no. The yes is that yes, they were Masons because they deal with stones. And then the no is that these guys, the Masons that you're thinking about, did not build those walls
Hey, you
because
said
those
it. You
walls are
said it for me.
gigantic.
You assume I just posed the question.
Yeah, I answered it two-way, brother.
I think Max want to steer the conversation back towards Tartaria. Go ahead, Max. Go in and on
But hold
Tartaria.
on, before you do that, that's the point I'm trying to make. Again, because those walls are gigantic, it's just proof that those wars were Tartarian wars because they weren't built for me and you. Basically, those wars were gigantic. They were built for bigger people than me and you,
Oh,
basically. And again, the
I
evidence
agree
is
with that.
around it. You
I
can't
agree with
tiptoe
that.
around. You can't tiptoe around it.
It
It's
definitely was
around it.
bigger people than me and you. I agree with that
Exactly.
100%.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. You could dig it now. Now talking about that, we could dig in. We could Google structures that were built for not humans because they were so large, and we could Google that, and we could get into that. And then that's actually, and that's proof of the fact that there's a civilization that Google won't. You can't. It's non-Googleable. You can't Google it, and then they'll get. Or if you can, you really got to dig into the actual details of this civilization and the monuments and structures that was built all over the planet, because it wasn't just a civilization in one place. They had an empire, but the empire
Exactly.
stretched all over the planet. Like they had
All
relations all over the planet, and they taught things all over the planet. And
so I want to know
with
where y'all get
the
y'all
Chicago
information.
Fair, if you want to start, okay, your question, where we get our information, a good place to start would be, just in context of everything we're talking about, a good place to start would be the World Fair of I think it was, I could be wrong in particular, but I think it was 1893. If you want to Google it or YouTube it, the World
when
Fair
they
of
demolished all
1893.
those
It was
buildings.
held.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
he's
was
right.
held in Chicago. Yeah, it was held in
And it
Chicago,
was all
and
over
a
the
lot.
world. That's why they call it World Fairs, because it was all over the world.
Yeah,
They were
well, the
demolishing buildings.
people came from all over the world. And yet, yes, it was all over the world. It's like the Olympics, where it's hosted all over the world in different years,
Right.
but people come from all over the world wherever it's hosted at. And in 1893, if I'm not mistaken, it was hosted in Chicago. And that's where, that's the connection to Tartaria, where they say these buildings were monumental. I mean, they were temporary structures built just to host the fair, and then it was torn down after. But that's not the case, because they have photographs of its construction. They have buildings that weren't torn down and are still in existence today. And was at the World Fair and was supposedly built for the World Fair and was supposed to be a temporary building, but it's not, and everything. So it's plenty of proof that you don't have to say that's proof of Tartaria, but it's proof that Google itself won't tell you the actual story, because when you Google it, it tells you what you read. Oh, it was just a fictional place, and it was just, people just, it was uncharted territory, and people were so stupid that they just called it an empire called Tartaria, and they made up an entire mythos for it. That's how dumb these people are.
I mean, also don't forget to add in while you're talking about all that, the asylums, that the mental asylums, the ladies building,
dude, yeah. Damn.
Whoever was.
Did you
And
mention
these were
that
true.
earlier, or did I have that conversation earlier this week? Because somebody, I was
one of
talking
y'all? I
about
got
the
a
asylum
question.
to somebody.
I got a question. Max or Kojo, which one of y'all are on a laptop or a computer?
Say what?
I do.
Which one of y'all are on a laptop or a computer?
I am.
I'm not on one. No, I have one.
Well, can one of y'all just bring up some facts providing what y'all talking about is true?
No. You see,
you can do that, Kojo?
I don't care how y'all bring it. I don't care how y'all bring them up. I just need to see some evidence that what y'all are talking about, this Tartaria, is true.
Okay, so Humble. You see, what you have to understand is that where. Can I speak
real quick,
sir?
Kojo? Like, just real quick, because to address what Humble just said. Are you, if I search for a link on my laptop, because I'm not on my laptop, if I got on my laptop, the connection is very bad. But if I search for a link on my laptop, and then send it in the private chat, would you be able to pull it up?
I surely
Like
will.
if it's a YouTube link or Rumble or something? Okay. So I'll try to do that.
Got you.
Yeah. While he's doing that, I just want to say this. You see, we're in a time where there's a frequency change whereby you have to use your inner ability. You know what I'm saying? Understand what I'm saying? Your inability. You get what I'm saying? To figure things out. And we've gone past this Google thing, basically. So, because we know it's like we know about certain histories and we know that they're false. We know about religion. We know that's false. So why are we going past Google and we're holding on to Google like Google is the be all and end all? Yeah, and we know that Google is like we've proved it today. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking to you, Humble, because you're the one who swears by it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, if you can go against religion, why can't you go against Google?
The thing is
it's not about going against Google. It's about finding the most accurate information.
Google. Wait, hold up. The thing is not going against Google. It's like we're asking you when we're asking you these questions. Is we're asking you not only from to verify it from the Europeans, but to verify it from African people, Black people as well. I'm pretty sure there are Black people that have done this research as well. You can't deny the fact that Black people are out there that's doing the same, that's looking for the same evidence. You know what I'm saying, to verify what's going on. So I think that's not out of like that's not beyond weird to ask. You know what I'm saying, because it's just like you're saying stuff that it's fine because I've said stuff. I've said a lot of things that people disagree with. You know what I'm saying, and people ask me for my source. I can provide them the source. That here's where I'm getting my information from. This is where I'm building my information off of. And that's all I think Humble was saying is where are you building your information from? You know what I'm saying? If it's from, even if it's from a white person that's never been verified or been fact checked, been doubled by a Black person like Brother James Smalls, you know what I'm saying, Wade Nobles, you know what I'm saying, Muani Barudi, you know what I'm saying, all these elders that are out there that never even fact check, you know what I'm saying, what a white person has said. We're just asking, okay, where did you get this from? And that way, you know what I'm saying, we can all look at it, but like, oh damn, you know what I'm saying, this some cool information, like damn, we ain't never looked at this shit before. Like, damn, all right, you know what I'm saying? That's all he's asking.
Yeah, but what you're saying is false because again, you talking about black scholars and what have you. There's only a handful, and you always repeat them. You go in circles when it comes to the Black scholars. But when it comes to white scholars, you guys can pull out names that we ain't even heard before. So please don't even go there with that. What you're trying to say. That's all you trying to what do they call it? What's the word that we call here? Pretty up. That's the word. Trying to pretty up your philosophy or your ideology so that you don't, you know what I mean, have to, you're comfortable. You don't want to move from where you are. So anything that challenges you, you're going to come with some kind of ism so that you can stay comfortable in your lie. No, we're not doing that. We're bursting all lies.
Hey, can we have a short commercial break?
So,
this is the
if you got
debate
somebody
Titan League.
that stand with me in this information, basically, then bring him
when
here.
They bring the knowledge.
Bring him here.
Commercial
I just
break.
want to say shout out.
Let's get
I just want to say shout out to the
Humble
panel.
speaks, he quotes the man. Bring the man then, if that's the case, Humble. Bring the man. I don't want to talk to you. Bring the man.
Are you tired of the same old echo chambers? Ready to stretch your mind to places it's never been before? Welcome to the ultimate intellectual battleground on the Coliseum of Arguments Network. It's time to step inside the cave of knowledge. Welcoming your host, Humble Mystic, every Tuesday. We're bridging the gap between the ancient world and the modern landscape. From the deep esoteric wisdom of ancient Kemet to a grounded naturalist view of our world today, no topic is off limits. We're dissecting philosophy, breaking down ancient civilizations, and clashing over modern day politics every Tuesday. This isn't just a lecture, it's a debate. A powerhouse arena where your voice matters. A premier space to step up, voice your opinions, and challenge your perspective with the sharpest minds around. If you love real, raw, intellectual fire, this is the show for you. Elevate your mind, bring your arguments. Subscribe to the Cave of Knowledge with Humble Mystic today. New episodes drop every Tuesday on Coliseum of Arguments. Step into the cave if you think you can handle the truth. Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here.
I just wanted to say, hey, bro, respect to the panel. You know what I'm saying? Peace and shalom, shalom. But respect to the panel because everybody speaking real knowledge. They're seeking the truth. They're uncovering, you know what I'm saying, mysteries. So respect to everybody on the panel, man. No disrespect.
most
Cause
definitely.
I talk aggressive, bro. I now you know what I'm saying. Like I said, I'm an Alabamian. So I'm always be like that, but respect to everybody on the panel, bro. Recognize all
Most
y'all,
definitely.
bro. Cause y'all seeking knowledge.
Hey
Facts.
man, this is an intellectual arena. One thing I always tell people in this intellectual arena: don't take anything personal. You see what I'm saying? When you got ideologies clashing, of course we're gonna have disagreements. You see what I'm saying? But you know, if you up to the task, bring your information. You see what I'm saying? And I just gotta validate what Brother Vicar said. I appreciate you, Brother Vicar. Hey, okay, we see that moon. Um, I also want to play this. I got something for the family really fast. One of my favorite I guess memes or little videos, if you could say. Hey, this has become one of my little favorite. And I didn't play it today. I should have. I heard a lot of claims where I should have played this, but I didn't. I spared y'all today. Let's get into it.
Mr. Madison. Mr. Madison, what you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul. Okay, a simple.
Okay.
Hey, that's how I feel about it when people be making these pseudo claims, bro. That's what I'm playing from
See,
now.
that's the funniest thing, Humble. You have to always go to the man. I didn't see you saying that. You brought the man to say that.
Yo.
Yeah, that is so sorry, man.
I want
You
to
always
say,
run into the man. All right, go boy, go boy.
Go ahead, Hurt.
You were saying you talking about a lot of stuff and a lot of information. When we ask you to bring out the information, you know what I'm saying, to show what you're proving and stuff. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You try to negate it as though, or you're talking about the same people. You know, you keep bringing. You know, I mean, there's a lot of people that you know what I'm saying, that we have resources and that we read. You know what I'm saying? I don't. You know what I'm saying? It's obvious to me that you've never read Dr. Luyaka's work or Dr. Kamalu's work. You know what I'm saying? Or the sister Emmy Oran's work. You know what I'm saying? I know there's a lot of people that talked about these situations in African spirituality, African traditions, and African history that have been doing this. And to say that, you know, you keep talking about the same people, that doesn't negate anything at all, because these same people that I'm bringing up, you know what I'm saying, these people are foundational to the history that we're looking at, and you have not negated anything that they have proven or that the work that they have done. I think that's the issue. So I mean Humble, I guess Humble was going to click on the link that Max put in the back. You know what I'm saying? So I'm interested in how this link proves, you know what I'm saying, you know, anything about, you know, the ancient people. You know, I don't understand, but yeah, go ahead.
Snacks for your waistline.
Now let me say, it's the links that I sent because I didn't want to interrupt as I sent them. It's not proof of Tartaria's existence. I sent links of I think it's like 7-minute videos of photographs and video of the structures that were at the World Fair of Chicago that they say were temporary. One of the videos shows this construction, the other video shows the finished buildings, and just to show that they weren't temporary structures. And that's just to express the fact that just Googling something that Google isn't going to tell you the actual history. Like Google won't tell, if you Google Black history, they're not going to give you the truth about our history. So Google isn't the end all be all. That's all that proves. So you're not going to see this video. If he even plays it, it's not necessary. But if you want to, you're not going to see anything that's going to be like, oh, you know what? You're right. Now that I see this is proof. It's not that. But there are longer videos, like hour-long videos, where they get in depth about the situation, and those might turn you. But I don't think anybody's interested in sitting there and watching through that. Maybe I'll try to sift through one and tell you like skip to 23 minutes and it's like 4 or 5 minutes and there something like that. But the videos I sent you just shows the buildings and the construction, so you could gauge for yourself if these type of structures were built just to be torn down. That's all it will illustrate. And then you combine that with the fires of Chicago and all throughout the nation, actually, not just Chicago. All of America was on fire throughout the late 1800s and 1900s, all type of cities. So, you just gotta you make assumptions because there's no concrete evidence. If all the evidence been destroyed, you got to make assumptions that maybe they were hiding something. Maybe they were hiding something that they don't want us to know. And you combine that with what was being spoke about earlier about Mesoamerica being Mesopotamia, because there is actual arguments for that, speaking about it geographically, because you say people don't know geography, but the whole thing is that they say that they're lying about the geography of it. Because like in Mesopotamia, they say that the Mesopotamia was the land between 2 rivers, but then they have videos where they say like Iowa is that, and Iowa is one of the most fertile lands in America. And then they say like the Nile River was actually the Mississippi River. And then because the character of the Mississippi is synonymous with the characteristics of the Nile, all this. So you combine that with that maybe they're hiding something about the history of this land that we live on. You just start putting the pieces together, and it's like maybe they are like, and then you combine that with the fact that when it comes to slavery, I know it's got to be at least a couple people in here who don't believe that all the slaves in America came from Africa and that the majority of them was already here in America, and they just enslaved the niggas that was already here, and then convinced the niggas that was already here that they were from Africa, so that reparations don't equate to giving niggas their land back. It just equates to like, let's just, maybe we'll say sorry. And then, but this isn't your land. This is our land. Like they keep that going. But you just combine all these things together. They're lying a lot about this soil that we live on. And so like, it's just little bits of evidence, that you got to piece together.
That's in the words of Brand New Brit. They get nothing but a beating. That's what you get.
All right, we're gonna let Mansa Hurt get in here, and then I'm gonna play this video. Go ahead, Mansa Hurt.
Nothing but a beating.
I it's too much. Again, for me as a person, and for me, it's like what you know. I think Humble said this like a couple of days ago, last week. It's all about what you know. Like when we have these discussions, people are not, because I think I asked you something about like African philosophy or something like that, and your response was like, we haven't studied Africa's philosophy. You know what I'm saying? We haven't got into African spirituality that deep. You know what I'm saying? I think that was his response, and it's all about what you know. And so for me, when I hear people say this stuff, I know what I'm saying, I've read history and I've read the books, you know what I'm saying, on American history, say whatever. So when we talking about, when you start getting into like, the people, the African people being here, being enslaved, and not as people that was brought here, it's all context because people are not actually reading. You know what I'm saying? You got books that's written by this lady, what's her name? Gwendolyn, I can't think, Hall. I think Gwendolyn Hall, Dr. Gwendolyn Hall. She wrote like 3 books that meticulously accurately documented in Louisiana, because I think that's where she's from, Louisiana and Mississippi, documenting the enslaved Black people that came over here, and she's showing their records, their names, where they came from. And I think I want to say 3. I definitely know it's 2. I'm not going to say 3, but it's definitely like in Louisiana and Mississippi area. She meticulously wrote this stuff down, and she wrote a book about it. I don't have the book in front of me, but I could get the book. I don't have it in front of me. Her name, Dr. Gwendolyn Hall. That's his name. But it's like these research and these records that people have done. And the book American Holocaust by David Standard, when he talks about the Europeans when they came here, they slaughtered the Native American population, completely slaughtered them by 90%. Up and down the East Coast by 90%. But yet the Black people who was here miraculously supposed to have survived that slaughter. Makes no sense.
Incoherence.
But when you start to include, what people don't understand is that America, the North America, where we at, United States, was not the primary destination when it came from the continent. It was the Caribbean. The Caribbean was the primary destination. That's where they came, and it was the central hub where they exchanged the slaves and they sold them out. It was in the Caribbean. That was the primary destination. So when people say, all these people from Africa didn't come straight to America, yeah, they're correct, because they went to the Caribbean first. And the slaves people and the market, these merchandising people for slaves, they went down to the Caribbean and they bought the slaves from the Caribbean and brought them back up to South Carolina and the regions of North Carolina and Louisiana and stuff like that. And then when people start doing the math, and I'm a math person, and they talk about at the end of slavery, 1865, we talk about the end of slavery. How many Black people, free Black people, how many slaves and free Black people was in America? Have you guys, think about this. Have y'all ever talked to y'all grandmas, your great grandma, and y'all asked them, hey, how many brothers and sisters you got? My family come from South Carolina. And my great grandma and my great grandma had 8 brothers and sisters. My grandma had 10 brothers.
I'm so sorry, man. This ain't a lecture room, man. This is a
wait, hold on. I'm about to finish.
Hold on, Kojo. Let him land his plane, Kojo.
Yeah, I'm about to finish. Because people you really don't do the math. Because if my great grandma had 8 brothers and sisters, and from what my grandma told me, that before, when her dad married her mom, he had another 10 brothers and 10 siblings, children, that she had no idea who they were. You're talking about Black people during the early 1900s and the late 1800s who had multiple children. If you take a minimum of, if these people having 5 children every generation, you're going to come up with 20 and 3 and 4 million Black people. So I mean, you're not doing the math correctly. I mean, it's just the information is there, but people really don't want to do the work. They just rather rest on saying, "Oh, you're saying more." I'm not denying. Yo, hold it. So give me straight. I'm not denying that there were black people here before. The Europeans came. I'm not denying that. But I would deny that the majority of African Americans today inside of the United States are not indigenous. It's a small percentage of black people who were here before the Europeans came. That's what I would say.
Most definitely. Let's get into this video, y'all. What in the world?
That's an ad.
Yeah.
It's on because you're not gonna find anything on Tartaria on YouTube. I had to go to Rumble. They got an ad. It looks weird, but you can skip it in 5 seconds.
I got you. I'm trying to. Sometimes my laptop be moving a little slow, and so I'm trying to figure out, did I pause it or is it going to play? What it's doing?
Maybe refresh the page, and then another disclaimer is I didn't really watch. I just try to find some videos real quick. I just saw that it had the images that I needed, but I'm gonna be watching this for the first time just as well as you.
Yeah, got you. Let's get into it, y'all.
Zero your optic again. What? Yeah, because the U.S. Special Forces don't zero their optics the way you do.
So this is the construction photos of the Chicago's Columbian Explosion.
Yeah, and you could probably just skim through that. The other video has actual audio of people speaking on what's suspicious about the fair. These are just photos. This is just to illustrate they spent
You
months
don't need
doing
photos,
this. They're not gonna.
You live in America, so you must know about the buildings being submerged, where half of the buildings are sticking out and half of the buildings are underground. You can see, unless maybe you guys are just walking around oblivious.
Yeah, that's another
This is
thing
the
you can look up.
first Ferris wheel in America, y'all.
They had all type of things at that fair. They had hoverboards. They had like electromagnetism devices. They had free energy devices. A whole bunch of technology that it took us decades.
Well, y'all know who set up the
rediscover.
electricity for the fair, right? Y'all know Nikola Tesla set up the electricity for the fair, right?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is Nikola Tesla was studying the devices that was already created by the people who were presenting them at the World Fair. Like all the free energy, which is what Nikola Tesla coined, was at an exhibit at an expose at this World Fair. And so the whole thing is they destroyed all of that and reset, our civilization to, what the history that we know. But the whole thing is we had far more advanced technologies than what they had us on in the 20s and 30s and everything. But this one, I have more audio of people explaining the case.
Okay, let's get it, y'all.
Hey, hold on 1 second, my G. Let me just say this, man. You think getting people out of religion is going to be hard? This is going to be a battle. Trust me. This getting people off Google is going to be a battle.
We will not go quietly into the night.
My apologies. I was just trying to get that ad off the screen. Go ahead, brother. Finish up. Kojo. Go ahead, finish up,
Oh,
Kojo.
no, I'm just saying that if we're trying to get people off religion, and religion is proving to be some kind of a hard barrier, then this Google thing is going to be even much harder because people like Humble are sold on it. Their whole life depends on it. If you take that away, they're lost. I mean, and there's billions more like Humble. So it's going to be a fight, but it's one that we're going to have to do. We're going to have to fight it. And so, but I'm just saying, it's going to be a bigger fight. That's all. But yeah, the brother's on point.
Most definitely, y'all
yeah.
got to fight on y'all hands. And we're going to play this video. I'm going to let y'all give y'all closing remarks, and then we're going to shut it down, family. Let's get into
it. We will not vanish without a fight. We're going to live on. We're going to survive. Today, we celebrate our Independence Day.
What's up, and welcome back to the Citizen Extra. And today, I wanted to take you down one of my favorite rabbit holes, the Chicago World's Fair of 1893, also known as the World's Columbian Exposition. Ain't no way they built this place in 2 years just to tear it all down. And if you actually believe that, then I have some oceanfront property in Arizona to sell you. So let's go.
More than 130 years ago, the city of Chicago, Illinois seemed too grand to be real. This was the location of the 1893 World's Fair, also known as the Columbian Exposition. At the heart of this historical phenomenon was an ephemeral metropolis known as the White City. The fairgrounds sprawled over 600 acres, featuring more than 200 monumental structures that defied imagination. The Manufacturers and Liberal Arts Building alone covered nearly 32 acres. With the capacity to fit 4 of the great Roman Colosseum inside and seat 300,000 people, its vastness was almost incomprehensible. One of the event's most iconic images is the 65-foot golden statue of the Republic, gleaming in the sun and towering over the central lagoon of an elaborate canal system. Borrowing ideas from ancient Venice, visitors could cover more territory by traveling in Venetian-style gondolas through the canals that spanned most of the fairgrounds. Norway even sailed a full-sized replica of a Viking ship across the ocean to be put on display. Approximately 27 million people from around the world were introduced to foods that have since become universally recognizable, such as peanut butter, Hershey's chocolate, Pabst Blue Ribbon, Cracker Jacks, juicy fruit gum, and Vienna sausages, to name a few. The integration of electrical power into nearly every aspect of our lives can, in many ways, be traced back to this event. Electricity lit the night, with the grounds illuminated by more than 100,000 incandescent light bulbs, a recently patented invention at the time. Technological marvels such as the first practical electric automobile and the first electric kitchen with an automatic dishwasher were also introduced. The entertainment area brought to the public the concept of amusement parks, with attractions, sideshows, international villages, and the first widespread use of souvenir merchandise like postcards, coins, and other memorabilia. Interestingly, spray paint and the concept of whitewashing can also be traced to the fair. The very first Ferris wheel was created for the event by bridge builder and steel magnate George Washington Gale Ferris. As the story goes, he sought to rival the Eiffel Tower, the highlight of the 1889 Paris Fair. At 264 feet tall, his wheel could accommodate 2,160 people at a time and offered panoramic views of the entire fairgrounds. The precursor to the electric moving sidewalk from the 1900 Paris Expo was also debuted in Chicago. It was constructed on the pier to save people from having to walk the 2,500-foot length to and from their steamships. Much like its successor in Paris, there were multiple platforms moving at different speeds in a looping circuit. The first platform was for standing and moved at only 3 miles per hour, while the second, fitted with benches, moved slightly faster at 6 miles per hour. As we delve deeper into the World's Fair events, a pattern begins to emerge, one that seems to defy the conventional history we've all been taught. In cities all over the world, we consistently see the same grand and ornate structures, civil engineering and infrastructure projects being constructed on a colossal scale within an impossible time frame. Less than 30 years after the Civil War, we find cities like Chicago looking as if they could be part of Vatican City or anywhere else in Old World Europe. Yet we're told that everything was built using wood, plaster, and temporary materials, with the intention of demolishing them when the fair ended. However, without exception, some isolated buildings still stand today because some were constructed with permanent materials. Everything else got destroyed. But we get a glimpse of the craftsmanship involved through structures like the Art Institute of Chicago and the Museum of Science and Industry. In Chicago's case, the majority of the fairgrounds didn't need to be demolished because they were conveniently destroyed by fire a few months after the event ended. Why were certain ones constructed from permanent materials? And why did they so often hold the title of the world's largest building at the time? It raises the question, how could the world's largest buildings have been constructed using mostly temporary materials? Are we to believe that just over a century ago, people made a habit of building some of the largest, most magnificent, and ornate buildings ever seen, only to use them for a few months? Even if we disregard the buildings themselves, the earthworks involved in these projects would challenge modern capabilities and equipment under such tight timelines. And most importantly, why would they do all of this just to destroy it? Could the World's Fair events have been the perfect cover to hide the remnants of a unified global system that existed before the upheaval of the Civil War and 2 world wars were used to reshape our world? The similarities between the narratives surrounding the fairs, the architecture, and the scale all seem to point to something more than coincidence. It suggests a carefully orchestrated erasure of a past we were never meant to remember. We have to ask ourselves, how much of our history has been rewritten? What has been lost? And how much has been hidden in plain sight?
Yeah.
So, family, while that was certainly an interesting video, I would ask y'all to go back and check this out and do the research for yourself and hey, make your own conclusions. You feel what I'm saying? With that being said, brother Max, brother Kojo, I'm gonna start off with you, brother Max. We're gonna give our end, we're gonna close out and I'm gonna shut it down. And I appreciate y'all. Go ahead, brother Max. We starting with you, and then we're gonna go to Kojo.
Yeah, as always, it was a pleasure. Thanks for having me. Kojo, it was a pleasure hopping on here and being your tag team partner on this. It was pretty dope. And Humble, we gonna have to continue that conversation we were having the other night on quantum mechanics and everything, because you didn't really address what I was talking about because you were stuck on a particular point, but we gonna have to talk about it.
Oh yeah, most definitely, most definitely. I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you. Hey, a lot of stuff, just to make sure things are smooth and things of that nature. I know some of y'all are in our back chats. Hit A1 up, get in our back chats. If you're in our back chats, excuse me, if you want to set anything up, hey, we always back there. All we gotta do is set anything, whatever we want to set up, get into our little private chats. We on for it, brother. Max, I appreciate you. Thank you for always, bringing your participation. Even if you sitting down in the comments, you engaging, you see what I'm saying? You actually paying attention to the conversations, and you are a great support, brother. So I appreciate you for that. Keep your head up. Keep doing what you're doing, brother.
Much love. I'm out.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, brother. Kojo, is on you.
Yeah, I'd like to give a shout out to everybody that came on the panel. You know what I mean? I respect everybody and everybody's opinions, and this is just, we're trying to break down information. So, yeah, man, it's good that we can, break it up like that and, yeah, go back and come back again. But I just want to say that the Google thing, basically, I'm at war with this whole thing, just like some people might say, oh, the Israelites and the Muslims and whatever. I'm against the Google thing, so I'm gonna fight that. And yeah, whoever feels they want to step up to me, then yeah, I'll be here on A1's channel. Peace to A1, peace to my Dig Kamali, peace to Saneta TV, peace to Humble. You know what I mean? The original G. You know what I mean? Yes, man. And yeah, the bomb squad, like I said, too numerous to mention. And yeah, all the ladies that come on the panel as well that, you know, give their, you know, sacred opinion, you know what I mean? Yeah, right or wrongly, but yeah, they come on and yeah, express themselves. Please keep coming and yeah, let's keep educating and yeah, most respect to
Oh,
A1
most
and
definitely,
everyone
most
else.
definitely.
You know what I mean? On these platforms, yeah, man, we're not biased. We support everyone, and yeah, let's hope we can get it together, African and American and Caribbean, yeah, and yeah, it's happen because yeah, we only got us. Peace.
Most definitely, most definitely. You know we appreciate you. As for you, Kojo, always, bro. You know we appreciate your engagements in the comments. Thank you for coming up, sharing your information. And you know how it is in the intellectual arenas. You know we gotta lock our horns, get it in. But at the end of the day, it's always the highest respect. You feel what I'm saying? And so I say that to everybody out there who get up here and spar with me. You say I'm saying, yeah, you know, when you get up here, we gonna get it in. But I don't want that to deter anybody from thinking I don't like them or because we at odds with the information. You know, they got to be my enemy. We beefing. Ain't nothing like that. I just like to get in the ring. I'm an intellect. That's what I do. Shout out to my brother Cosmon. I know y'all been saying me bust him upside the head about his Owaski Bible and his faithism, but that's still my brother. You feel what I'm saying? With that being said, most definitely make sure y'all stay tuned. We got a tournament coming up. Me and brother Cosmon, we going at it, probably the first, second round in the tournament. You feel me? So I'm just giving out some promotion just to keep y'all in tune. I want to, for everybody that came today, appreciate y'all. Definitely for giving y'all engagements in the comments, whether y'all agree with me or don't. You know, I don't care. I just appreciate y'all for being here. As always, I encourage y'all to go do your due diligence, go get into this information. If you disagree with something I say, if you disagree with something anybody up here say, go get your own information. Feel free to come up here, present it, and you know all y'all got the range. You know what I'm saying? Y'all come up here, I give y'all the voice to present what y'all gotta present. And you know, somebody got a response, we gonna let that rock. You feel what I'm saying? On that note, if y'all want to catch more Humble Mystic, man, y'all can always catch me on an app called Bigo Live, BIGO. Download it on your phone. You ain't gotta get no extra codes or nothing like that. You just download that on your phone. You can catch Brother Humble Mystic over there dropping information as well, always in the intellectual debate arenas. Shout out to my brother A1. Shout out to my brother Quantum. You know, shout out to the brother Omar. Shout out to all the fam, man. Jay Snakes, my brother Michigan. Shout all y'all out. Thank y'all so much for y'all support. Without y'all, this couldn't be possible. I'm gonna play one more commercial, and then we're gonna get up out of here, family. I appreciate y'all.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool